Section 31. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 28. What want these outlaws conquerors should have, but history's purchased page, to call them great? A wider space, an ornamented grave? Their hopes were not less warm, their souls were full as brave. Byron. The funeral obsequies being over, the same flotilla which had proceeded in solemn and sad array down the lake prepared to return with displayed banners and every demonstration of mirth and joy, for there was but brief time to celebrate festivals when the awful conflict betwixt the clan Quehely and their most formidable rivals so nearly approached. It had been agreed, therefore, that the funeral feast should be blended with that usually given at the inauguration of the young chief. Some objections were made to this arrangement as containing an evil omen, but, on the other hand, it had a species of recommendation, from the habits and feelings of the Highlanders, who, to this day, are wont to mingle a degree of solemn mirth with their mourning, and something resembling melancholy with their mirth. The usual aversion to speak or think of those who have been beloved and lost is less known to this grave and enthusiastic race than it is to others. You hear not only the young mention, as is everywhere usual, the merits and the character of parents who have in the course of nature predeceased them, but the widowed partner speaks in ordinary conversation of the lost spouse, and, what is still stranger, the parents allude frequently to the beauty or valor of the child whom they have interred. The Scottish Highlanders appear to regard the separation of friends by death as something less absolute and complete than it is generally esteemed in other countries, and converse of their dear connections who have sought the grave before them, as if they had gone upon a long journey in which they themselves must soon follow. The funeral feast, therefore, being a general custom throughout Scotland, was not, in the opinion of those who were to share it, unseemingly mingled, on the present occasion, with the festivities which hailed the succession to the chieftainship. The barge, which had lately borne the dead to the grave, now conveyed the young Mac Ian to his new command, and the minstrels set forth their gayest notes to gratulate Aiken's succession, as they had lately sounded their most doleful dirges when carrying Gilchrist to his grave. From the attendant flotilla rang notes of triumph and jubilee, instead of those yells of lamentation which had so lately disturbed the echoes of Loch Tay; and 1,000 voices hailed the youthful chieftain as he stood on the poop, armed at all points, in the flower of early manhood, beauty, and activity, on the very spot where his father's corpse had so lately been extended, and surrounded by triumphant friends, as that had been by desolate mourners. One boat kept closest of the flotilla to the honored galley. Torquil of the Oak, a grizzled giant, was steersman, and his 8 sons, each exceeding the ordinary stature of mankind, pulled the oars. Like some powerful and favorite wolfhound, unloosed from his couples and frolicking around a liberal master, the boat of the foster brethren passed the chieftain's barge, now on one side and now on another, and even rode around it, as if in extravagance of joy, while at the same time, with the jealous vigilance of the animal we have compared it to, they made it dangerous for any other of the flotilla to approach so near as themselves, from the risk of being run down by their impetuous and reckless maneuvers. Raised to an eminent rank in the clan by the succession of their foster brother to the command of the clan Quehely, this was the tumultuous and almost terrible mode in which they testified their peculiar share in their chief's triumph. Far behind, and with different feelings on the part of one at least of the company, came the small boat in which, manned by the Bushalach and one of his sons, Simon Glover was a passenger. "If we are bound for the head of the lake," said Simon to his friend, "we shall hardly be there for hours." But as he spoke, the crew of the boat of the foster brethren, or lechtach, on a signal from the chief's galley, lay on their oars until the Bushalach's boat came up, and throwing on board a rope of hides, which Neal made fast to the head of his skiff, they stretched to their oars once more, and, notwithstanding they had the small boat in tow, swept through the lake with almost the same rapidity as before. The skiff was tugged on with a velocity which seemed to hazard the pulling her under water, or the separation of her head from her other timbers. Simon Glover saw with anxiety the reckless fury of their course, and the bows of the boat occasionally brought within an inch or two of the level of the water, and though his friend Neal Bushalach assured him it was all done in especial honor, he heartily wished his voyage might have a safe termination. It had so, and much sooner than he apprehended, for the place of festivity was not 4 miles distant from the sepulchral island, being chosen to suit the chieftain's course, which lay to the southeast, so soon as the banquet should be concluded. A bay on the southern side of Loch Tay presented a beautiful beach of sparkling sand, on which the boats might land with ease, and a dry meadow covered with turf, verdant considering the season, behind and around which rose high banks fringed with copsewood, and displaying the lavish preparations which had been made for the entertainment. The Highlanders, well known for ready hatchet men, had constructed a long arbor or sylvan banqueting room, capable of receiving 200 men, while a number of smaller huts around seemed intended for sleeping apartments. The uprights, the couples, and roof tree of the temporary hall were composed of mountain pine, still covered with its bark. The framework of the sides was of planks or spars of the same material, closely interwoven with the leafy boughs of the fir and other evergreens, which the neighboring woods afforded, while the hills had furnished plenty of heath to form the roof. Within this sylvan palace the most important personages present were invited to hold high festival. Others of less note were to feast in various long sheds constructed with less care, and tables of sod or rough planks placed in the open air were allotted to the numberless multitude. At a distance were to be seen piles of glowing charcoal or blazing wood, around which countless cooks toiled, bustled, and fretted, like so many demons working in their native element. Pits wrought in the hillside and lined with heated stones served as ovens for stewing immense quantities of beef, mutton, and venison. Wooden spits supported sheep and goats, which were roasted entire. Others were cut into joints and seethed in cauldrons made of the animals' own skins, sewed hastily together and filled with water, while huge quantities of pike, trout, salmon, and char were broiled with more ceremony on glowing embers. The Glover had seen many a Highland banquet, but never one the preparations for which were on a scale of barbarous profusion. He had little time, however, to admire the scene around him, for, as soon as they landed on the beach, the Bushalach observed with some embarrassment that, as they had not been bidden to the table of the dais, to which he seemed to have expected an invitation, they had best secure a place in one of the inferior bothies or booths, and was leading the way in that direction when he was stopped by one of the bodyguards, seeming to act as master of ceremonies, who whispered something in his ear. "I thought so," said the herdsman, much relieved. "I thought neither the stranger nor the man that has my charge would be left out at the high table." They were conducted accordingly into the ample lodge, within which were long ranges of tables already mostly occupied by the guests, while those who acted as domestics were placed upon them the abundant though rude materials of the festival. The young chief, although he certainly saw the glover and the herdsman enter, did not address any personal salute to either, and their places were assigned them in a distant corner, far beneath the salt, a huge piece of antique silver plate, the only article of value that the table displayed, and which was regarded by the clan as a species of palladium only produced and used on the most solemn occasions, such as the present. The Bushalach, somewhat discontented, muttered to Simon as he took his place: "These are changed days, friend. His father, rest his soul, would have spoken to us both, but these are bad manners which he has learned among you Sassenachs in the Low Country." To this remark the glover did not think it necessary to reply, instead of which he adverted to the evergreens, and particularly to the skins and other ornaments with which the interior of the bower was decorated. The most remarkable part of these ornaments was a number of Highland shirts of mail, with steel bonnets, battle axes, and two-handed swords to match, which hung around the upper part of the room, together with targets highly and richly embossed. Each mail shirt was hung over a well-dressed stag's hide, which at once displayed the armor to advantage and saved it from suffering by damp. "These," whispered the Bushalach, "are the arms of the chosen champions of the clan Quaheli. They are 29 in number, as you see, Aiken himself being the 30th, who wears his armor today, else had there been 30. And he has not got such a good hauberk after all as he should wear on Palm Sunday. These 9 suits of harness of such large size are for the Lechtach, from whom so much is expected." "And these goodly deer hides," said Simon, the spirit of his profession awakening at the sight of the goods in which he traded, "think you the chief will be disposed to chaffer for them? They are in demand for the doublets which knights wear under their armor." "Did I not pray you," said Niel Bushalach, "to say nothing on that subject?" "It is the mail shirts I speak of," said Simon. "May I ask if any of them were made by our celebrated Perth armourer, called Henry of the Wind?" "Thou art more unlucky than before," said Niel. "That man's name is to Aiken's temper like a whirlwind upon the lake, yet no man knows for what cause." "I can guess," thought our glover, but gave no utterance to the thought, and having twice lighted on unpleasant subjects of conversation, he prepared to apply himself, like those around him, to his food, without starting another topic. We have said as much of the preparations as may lead the reader to conclude that the festival, in respect to the quality of the food, was of the most rude description, consisting chiefly of huge joints of meat, which were consumed with little respect to the fasting season, although several of the friars of the island convent graced and hallowed the board by their presence. The platters were of wood, and so were the hooped cogs or cups out of which the guests quaffed their liquor, as also the broth or juice of the meat, which was held a delicacy. There were also various preparations of milk, which were highly esteemed, and were eaten out of similar vessels. Bread was the scarcest article at the banquet, but the glover and his patron Niel were served with 2 small loaves expressly for their own use. In eating, as indeed was then the case all over Britain, the guests used their knives called skeins, or the large poniards named dirks, without troubling themselves by the reflection that they might occasionally have served different or more fatal purposes. At the upper end of the table stood a vacant seat, elevated a step or 2 above the floor. It was covered with a canopy of hollow boughs and ivy, and there rested against it a sheathed sword and a folded banner. This had been the seat of the deceased chieftain, and was left vacant in honor of him. Aiken occupied a lower chair on the right hand of the place of honor. The reader would be greatly mistaken who should follow out this description by supposing that the guests behaved like a herd of hungry wolves, rushing upon a feast rarely offered to them. On the contrary, the clan Kwaheli conducted themselves with that species of courteous reserve and attention to the wants of others, which is often found in primitive nations, especially such as always in arms, because a general observance of the rules of courtesy is necessary to prevent quarrels, bloodshed, and death. The guests took the places assigned them by Torquil of the Oak, who, acting as maréchal-tait, i.e., sower of the mess, touched with a white wand, without speaking a word, the place where each was to sit. Thus placed in order, the company patiently waited for the portion assigned them, which was distributed among them by the lectach, the bravest men or more distinguished warriors of the tribe being accommodated with a double mess, emphatically called befer, or the portion of a man. When the sowers themselves had seen every one served, they resumed their places at the festival, and were each served with one of these larger messes of food. Water was placed within each man's reach, and a handful of soft moss served the purposes of a table napkin; so that, as at an Eastern banquet, the hands were washed as often as the mess was changed. For amusement, the bard recited the praises of the deceased chief and expressed the clan's confidence in the blossoming virtues of his successor. The Shonachie recited the genealogy of the tribe, which they traced to the race of the Dalriads. The harpers played within, while the war pipes cheered the multitude without. The conversation among the guests was grave, subdued, and civil. No jest was attempted beyond the bounds of a very gentle pleasantry, calculated only to excite a passing smile. There were no raised voices, no contentious arguments, and Simon Glover had heard 100 times more noise at a guild feast in Perth than was made on this occasion by 200 wild mountaineers. Even the liquor itself did not seem to raise the festive party above the same tone of decorous gravity. It was of various kinds. Wine appeared in very small quantities, and was served out only to the principal guests, among which honored number Simon Glover was again included. The wine and the 2 wheaten loaves were indeed the only marks of notice which he received during the feast, but Niall Bushallach, jealous of his master's reputation for hospitality, failed not to enlarge on them as proofs of high distinction. Distilled liquors, since so generally used in the Highlands, were then comparatively unknown. The usquebaugh was circulated in small quantities, and was highly flavored with a decoction of saffron and other herbs, so as to resemble a medicinal potion rather than a festive cordial. Cider and mead were seen at the entertainment, but ale brewed in great quantities for the purpose, and flowing round without restriction, was the liquor generally used, and that was drunk with a moderation much less known among the more modern Highlanders. A cup to the memory of the deceased chieftain was the first pledge solemnly proclaimed after the banquet was finished, and a low murmur of benedictions was heard from the company, while the monks alone, uplifting their united voices, sung Requiem aeternam dona. An unusual silence followed, as if something extraordinary was expected, when Aiken arose with a bold and manly yet modest grace, and ascended the vacant seat or throne, saying with dignity and firmness: "This seat and my father's inheritance I claim as my right. So prosper me God and Saint Bar." "How will you rule your father's children?" said an old man, the uncle of the deceased. "I will defend them with my father's sword, and distribute justice to them under my father's banner." The old man, with a trembling hand, unsheathed the ponderous weapon, and, holding it by the blade, offered the hilt to the young chieftain's grasp. At the same time Torquil of the Oak unfurled the pennon of the tribe, and swung it repeatedly over Aiken's head, who, with singular grace and dexterity, brandished the huge claymore as in its defense. The guests raised a yelling shout to testify their acceptance of the patriarchal chief who claimed their allegiance. nor was there any who, in the graceful and agile youth before them, was disposed to recollect the subject of sinister vaticinations. As he stood in glittering mail, resting on the long sword, and acknowledging by gracious gestures the acclamations which rent the air within, without, and around, Simon Glover was tempted to doubt whether this majestic figure was that of the same lad whom he had often treated with little ceremony, and began to have some apprehension of the consequences of having done so. A general burst of minstrelsy succeeded to the acclamations, and rock and greenwood rang to harp and pipes as lately to shout and yell of woe. It would be tedious to pursue the progress of the inaugural feast, or detail the pledges that were quaffed to former heroes of the clan, and above all to the 29 brave gallowglasses who were to fight in the approaching conflict under the eye and leading of their young chief. The bards, assuming in old times the prophetic character combined with their own, ventured to assure them of the most distinguished victory, and to predict the fury with which the blue falcon, the emblem of the clan Coheli, should rend to pieces the mountain cat, the well-known badge of the clan Chetan. It was approaching sunset when a bowl called the Grace Cup, made of oak hooped with silver, was handed round the table as the signal of dispersion, although it was left free to any who chose a longer carouse to retreat to any of the outer bothies. As for Simon Glover, the Bushalach conducted him to a small hut, contrived, it would seem, for the use of a single individual, where a bed of heath and moss was arranged as well as the season would permit, and an ample supply of such delicacies as the late feast afforded showed that all care had been taken for the inhabitants' accommodation. "Do not leave this hut," said the Bushalach, taking leave of his friend and protégé. "This is your place of rest. But apartments are lost on such a night of confusion, and if the badger leaves his hole, the toad will creep into it." To Simon Glover this arrangement was by no means disagreeable. He had been wearied by the noise of the day, and felt desirous of repose. After eating, therefore, a morsel which his appetite scarce required, and drinking a cup of wine to expel the cold, he muttered his evening prayer, wrapped himself in his cloak, and lay down on a couch which old acquaintance had made familiar and easy to him. The hum and murmur, and even the occasional shouts of some of the festive multitude who continued revelling without, did not long interrupt his repose, and in about 10 minutes he was as fast asleep as if he had lain in his own bed in Curfew Street. End of Section 31. Section 32. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 29. Part 1. Still harping on my daughter. Hamlet. 2 hours before the black cock crew, Simon Glover was wakened by a well-known voice which called him by name. "What, Conachar?" he replied, as he started from sleep. "Is the morning so far advanced?" And raising his eyes, the person of whom he was dreaming stood before him, and at the same moment, the events of yesterday rushing on his recollection, he saw with surprise that the vision retained the form which sleep had assigned it, and it was not the mail-clad Highland chief with claymore in hand, as he had seen him the preceding night, but Conachar of Curfew Street, in his humble apprentice garb, holding in his hand a switch of oak. An apparition would not more have surprised our Perth burgher. As he gazed with wonder, the youth turned upon him a piece of lighted bog wood which he carried in a lantern, and to his waking exclamation replied, Even so, Father Simon, it is Conachar, come to renew our old acquaintance, when our intercourse will attract least notice." So saying, he sat down on a trestle which answered the purpose of a chair, and, placing the lantern beside him, proceeded in the most friendly tone: "I have tasted of thy good cheer many a day, Father Simon. I trust thou hast found no lack in my family." "None whatever, Aiken MacIan," answered the glover, for the simplicity of the Celtic language and manners rejects all honorary titles. "It was even too good for this fasting season, and much too good for me, since I must be ashamed to think how hard you fared in Curfew Street." "Even too well, to use your own word," said Conachar, "for the deserts of an idle apprentice, and for the wants of a young Highlander. But yesterday, if there was, as I trust, enough of food, found you not, good glover, some lack of courteous welcome? Excuse it not, I know you did so. But I am young in authority with my people, and I must not too early draw their attention to the period of my residence in the Lowlands, which, however, I can never forget." "I understand the cause entirely," said Simon, "and therefore it is unwillingly, and as it were by force, that I have made so early a visit hither." "Hush, father, hush! It is well you are come to see some of my Highland splendor while it yet sparkles. Return after Palm Sunday, and who knows whom or what you may find in the territories we now possess. The wildcat may have made his lodge where the banqueting bower of MacIan now stands." The young chief was silent, and pressed the top of the rod to his lips, as if to guard against uttering more. "There is no fear of that, Aiken," said Simon, in that vague way in which lukewarm comforters endeavor to turn the reflections of their friends from the consideration of inevitable danger. "There is fear, and there is peril of utter ruin," answered Aiken, "and there is positive certainty of great loss. I marvel my father consented to this wily proposal of Albany. I would Magilly-Chacanac would agree with me, and then, instead of wasting our best blood against each other, we would go down together to Strathmore and kill and take possession. I would rule at Perth, and he at Dundee, and all the great strath should be our own to the banks of the Firth of Tay. Such is the policy I have caught from your old grey head, Father Simon, when holding a trencher at thy back, and listening to thy evening talk with Bailie Craigdaly." "The tongue is well called an unruly member," thought the glover. "Here have I been holding a candle to the devil to show him the way to mischief." But he only said aloud, "These plans come too late." "Too late indeed," answered Aiken. "The indentures of battle are signed by our marks and seals, the burning hate of the Clan Quehely and Clan Chetan is blown up to an inextinguishable flame by mutual insults and boasts. Yes, the time is passed by. But to thine own affairs, Father Glover. It is religion that has brought thee hither, as I learn from Niall Buchalach. Surely my experience of thy prudence did not lead me to suspect thee of any quarrel with Mother Church. As for my old acquaintance, Father Clement, he is one of those who hunt after the crown of martyrdom, and think a stake surrounded with blazing faggots better worth embracing than a willing bride. He is a very knight errant in defence of his religious notions, and does battle wherever he comes. He hath already a quarrel with the monks of Sybil's Isle, yonder, about some point of doctrine. Hast seen him?" "I have," answered Simon, "but we spoke little together, the time being pressing." "He may have said that there is a third person, one more likely, I think, to be a true fugitive for religion than either you, a shrewd citizen, or he, a wrangling preacher, who would be right heartily welcome to share our protection. Thou art dull, man, and wilt not guess my meaning, thy daughter Catherine." These last words the young chief spoke in English, and he continued the conversation in that language, as if apprehensive of being overheard, and indeed as if under the sense of some involuntary hesitation. "My daughter Catherine," said the glover, remembering what the Carthusian had told him, "is well and safe." "But where or with whom?" said the young chief, "and wherefore came she not with you? Think you the Clan Quhele have no calyx as active as old Dorothy, whose hand has warmed my haffets before now, to wait upon the daughter of their chieftain's master?" "Again I thank you," said the glover, "and doubt neither your power nor your will to protect my daughter as well as myself. But an honourable lady, the friend of Sir Patrick Charteris, hath offered her a safe place of refuge, without the risk of a toilsome journey through a desolate and distracted country." "Oh, ay, Sir Patrick Charteris," said Aiken, in a more reserved and distant tone. "He must be preferred to all men without doubt. He is your friend, I think?" Simon Glover longed to punish this affectation of a boy who had been scolded 4 times a day for running into the street to see Sir Patrick Charteris ride past, but he checked his spirit of repartee and simply said: "Sir Patrick Charteris has been Provost of Perth for 7 years, and it is likely is so still, since the magistrates are elected, not in Lent, but at St. Martinmas." "Ah, Father Glover," said the youth, in his kinder and more familiar mode of address, "you are so used to see the sumptuous shows and pageants of Perth, that you would but little relish our barbarous festival in comparison. What didst thou think of our ceremonial of yesterday?" "It was noble and touching," said the glover, "and to me, who knew your father, most especially so. When you rested on the sword and looked around you, methought I saw mine old friend Gilchrist MacIan, arisen from the dead, and renewed in years and in strength. I played my part there boldly, I trust, and showed little of that paltry apprentice boy whom you used to use just as he deserved?" "Aiken resembles Conachar," said the glover, "no more than a salmon resembles a gar, though men say they are the same fish in a different state, or that a butterfly resembles a grub. Thinkest thou that, while I was taking upon me the power which all women love, I would have been myself an object for a maiden's eye to rest upon? To speak plain, what would Catherine have thought of me in the ceremonial?" "We approach the shallows now," thought Simon Glover, "and without nice pilotage we drive right on shore. Most women like show, Egan, but I think my daughter Catherine be an exception. She would rejoice in the good fortune of her household friend and playmate, but she would not value the splendid MacIan, captain of Clan Quhele, more than the orphan Conachar." "She is ever generous and disinterested," replied the young chief. "But yourself, father, have seen the world for many more years than she has done, and can better form a judgment what power and wealth do for those who enjoy them. Think, and speak sincerely, what would be your own thoughts if you saw your Catherine standing under yonder canopy, with the command over 100 hills, and the devoted obedience of 10,000 vassals, and, as the price of these advantages, her hand in that of the man who loves her the best in the world?" "Meaning in your own Conachar?" said Simon. "Ay, Conachar call me. I love the name, since it was by that I have been known to Catherine." "Sincerely, then," said the glover, endeavouring to give the least offensive turn to his reply, "my inmost thought would be the earnest wish that Catherine and I were safe in our humble booth in Curfew Street, with Dorothy for our only vassal." "And with poor Conachar also, I trust? You would not leave him to pine away in solitary grandeur?" "I would not," answered the glover, "wish so ill to the Clan Quhele, mine ancient friends, as to deprive them at the moment of emergency of a brave young chief, and that chief of the fame which he is about to acquire at their head in the approaching conflict." Egan bit his lip to suppress his irritated feelings as he replied: "Words, words, empty words, Father Simon. You fear the Clan Quhele more than you love them, and you suppose their indignation would be formidable should their chief marry the daughter of a burgess of Perth. And if I do fear such an issue, Hector MacIan, have I not reason? How have ill-assorted marriages had issue in the house of MacCallumore, in that of the powerful MacLeans, nay, of the lords of the Isles themselves? What has ever come of them but divorce and exheredation? Sometimes worse fate to the ambitious intruder. You could not marry my child before a priest, and you could only wed her with your left hand. And I He checked the strain of impetuosity which the subject inspired, and concluded, and I am an honest though humble burgher of Perth, who would rather my child were the lawful and undoubted spouse of a citizen in my own rank, than the licensed concubine of a monarch. I will wed Catherine before the priest and before the world, before the altar and before the black stones of Iona, said the impetuous young man. She is the love of my youth, and there is not a tie in religion or honor but I will bind myself by them. I have sounded my people. If we do but win this combat, and with the hope of gaining Catherine, we shall win it, my heart tells me so, I shall be so much lord over their affections that, were I to take a bride from the almshouse, so it were my pleasure, they would hail her as if she were a daughter of MacCallum More. But you reject my suit, said Eachans sternly. You put words of offence in my mouth, said the old man, and may next punish me for them, since I am wholly in your power. But with my consent my daughter shall never wed save in her own degree. Her heart would break amid the constant wars and scenes of bloodshed which connect themselves with your lot. If you really love her, and recollect her dread of strife and combat, you would not wish her to be subjected to the train of military horrors in which you, like your father, must needs be inevitably and eternally engaged. Choose a bride amongst the daughters of the mountain chiefs, my son, or fiery lowland nobles. You are fair, young, rich, high-born, and powerful, and will not woo in vain. You will readily find one who will rejoice in your conquests, and cheer you under defeat. To Catherine, the one would be as frightful as the other. A warrior must wear a steel gauntlet. A glove of kidskin would be torn to pieces in an hour. A dark cloud passed over the face of the young chief, lately animated with so much fire. Farewell, he said, the only hope which could have lighted me to fame or victory. He remained for a space silent and intensely thoughtful, with downcast eyes, a lowering brow, and folded arms. At length he raised his hands and said, Father, for such you have been to me, I am about to tell you a secret. Reason and pride both advise me to be silent, but fate urges me and must be obeyed. I am about to lodge in you the deepest and dearest secret that man ever confided to man. But beware, end this conference how it will, beware how you ever breathe a syllable of what I am now to trust to you. For know that, were you to do so, in the most remote corner of Scotland, I have ears to hear it even there, and a hand and poniard to reach a traitor's bosom. I am, but the word will not out. Do not speak it then, said the prudent Glover. A secret is no longer safe when it crosses the lips of him who owns it, and I desire not a confidence so dangerous as you menace me with. Ay, but I must speak, and you must hear, said the youth. In this age of battle, father, you have yourself been a combatant? Once only, replied Simon, when the Southron assaulted the fair city. I was summoned to take my part in the defence, as my tenure required, like that of other craftsmen, who are bound to keep watch and ward. And how felt you upon that matter? Inquired the young chief. What can that import to the present business? Said Simon in some surprise. Much, else I had not asked the question, answered Eachans, in the tone of haughtiness which from time to time he assumed. An old man is easily brought to speak of olden times, said Simon, not unwilling, on an instant's reflection, to lead the conversation away from the subject of his daughter. And I must needs confess my feelings were much short of the high cheerful confidence, nay the pleasure, with which I have seen other men go to battle. My life and profession were peaceful, and though I have not wanted the spirit of a man, when the time demanded it, yet I have seldom slept worse than the night before that onslaught. My ideas were harrowed by the tales we were told. nothing short of the truth about the Saxon archers, how they drew shafts of a cloth yard length, and used bows a third longer than ours. When I fell into a broken slumber, if but a straw in the mattress pricked my side, I started and waked, thinking an English arrow was quivering in my body. In the morning, as I began for very weariness to sink into some repose, I was waked by the tolling of the common bell, which called us burghers to the walls. I never heard its sound peal so like a passing knell before or since. "Go on. What further chanced?" demanded Eacon. "I did on my harness," said Simon, "such as it was, took my mother's blessing, a high-spirited woman, who spoke of my father's actions for the honour of the fair town. This heartened me, and I felt still bolder when I found myself ranked among the other crafts, all bowmen, for thou knowest the Perth citizens have good skill in archery. We were dispersed on the walls, several knights and squires in armour of proof being mingled amongst us, who kept a bold countenance, confident perhaps in their harness, and informed us for our encouragement that they would cut down with their swords and axes any of those who should attempt to quit their post. I was kindly assured of this myself by the old Kemp of Kinfauns, as he was called, this good Sir Patrick's father, then our provost. He was a grandson of the Red Rover, Tom of Longville, and a likely man to keep his word, which he addressed to me in especial, because a night of much discomfort may have made me look paler than usual, and besides, I was but a lad." "And did his exhortation add to your fear or your resolution?" said Eacon, who seemed very attentive. "To my resolution," answered Simon, "for I think nothing can make a man so bold to face one danger at some distance in his front as the knowledge of another close behind him to push him forward. Well, I mounted the walls in tolerable heart, and was placed with others on the Spey Tower, being accounted a good bowman. But a very cold fit seized me as I saw the English in great order, with their archers in front and their men at arms behind, marching forward to the attack in strong columns, 3 in number. They came on steadily, and some of us would fain have shot at them, but it was strictly forbidden, and we were obliged to remain motionless, sheltering ourselves behind the battlement as we best might. As the Southron formed their long ranks into lines, each man occupying his place as by magic, and preparing to cover themselves by large shields called pavesses, which they planted before them, I again felt a strange breathlessness and some desire to go home for a glass of distilled waters. But as I looked aside, I saw the worthy Kemp of Kinfauns bending a large crossbow, and I thought it pity he should waste the bolt on a true-hearted Scotsman, when so many English were in presence, so I e'en stayed where I was, being in a comfortable angle formed by 2 battlements. The English then strode forward, and drew their bowstrings, not to the breast, as your Highland kerne do, but to the ear, and sent off their volleys of swallow-tails before we could call on St. Andrew. I winked when I saw them haul up their tackle, and I believe I started as the shafts began to rattle against the parapet. But looking round me, and seeing none hurt but John Squalet, the town crier, whose jaws were pierced through with a cloth yard shaft, I took heart of grace, and shot in my turn with good will and good aim. A little man I shot at, who had just peeped out from behind his target, dropped with a shaft through his shoulder. The provost cried, "Well stitched, Simon Glover!" "St. John for his old town, my fellow craftsman!" shouted I, though I was then but an apprentice. And if you will believe me, in the rest of the skirmish, which was ended by the foes drawing off, I drew bowstring and loosed shaft as calmly as if I had been shooting at butts instead of men's breasts. I gained some credit, and I have ever afterwards thought that, in case of necessity, for with me it had never been matter of choice, I should not have lost it again. And this is all I can tell of warlike experience in battle. Other dangers I have had, which I have endeavored to avoid like a wise man, or when they were inevitable, I have faced them like a true one. Upon other terms a man cannot live or hold up his head in Scotland. I understand your tale, said Aiken, but I shall find it difficult to make you credit mine, knowing the race of which I am descended, and especially that I am the son of him whom we have this day laid in the tomb. Well that he lies where he will never learn what you are now to hear. Look, my father, the light which I bear grows short and pale, a few minutes will extinguish it. But before it expires, the hideous tale will be told. Father, I am a coward. It is said at last, and the secret of my disgrace is in keeping of another. End of Section 32. Section 33. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Rita Boutros. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 29, Part 2. The young man sunk back in a species of syncope, produced by the agony of his mind as he made the fatal communication. The glover, moved as well by fear as by compassion, applied himself to recall him to life, and succeeded in doing so, but not in restoring him to composure. He hid his face with his hands, and his tears flowed plentifully and bitterly. "For Our Lady's sake, be composed," said the old man, "and recall the vile word. I know you better than yourself. You are no coward, but only too young and inexperienced, aye, and somewhat too quick of fancy, to have the steady valor of a bearded man. I would hear no other man say that of you, Conachar, without giving him the lie. You are no coward. I have seen high sparks of spirit fly from you even on slight enough provocation." "High sparks of pride and passion," said the unfortunate youth. "But when saw you them supported by the resolution that should have backed them? The sparks you speak of fell on my dastardly heart as on a piece of ice which would catch fire from nothing. If my offended pride urged me to strike, my weakness of mind prompted me the next moment to fly." "Want of habit," said Simon, "it is by clambering over walls that youths learn to scale precipices. Begin with slight feuds. Exercise daily the arms of your country in tourney with your followers." "And what leisure is there for this?" exclaimed the young chief, starting as if something horrid had occurred to his imagination. "How many days are there betwixt this hour and Palm Sunday, and what is to chance then? A list enclosed, from which no man can stir, more than the poor bear who is chained to his stake. 60 living men, the best and fiercest, one alone excepted, which Alban can send down from her mountains, all athirst for each other's blood, while a king and his nobles, and shouting thousands besides, attend, as at a theatre, to encourage their demonic fury. Blows clang and blood flows, thicker, faster, redder. They rush on each other like madmen. They tear each other like wild beasts. The wounded are trodden to death amid the feet of their companions. Blood ebbs, arms become weak, but there must be no parley, no truce, no interruption, while any of the maimed wretches remain alive. Here is no crouching behind battlements, no fighting with missile weapons. All is hand to hand, till hands can no longer be raised to maintain the ghastly conflict. If such a field is so horrible an idea, what think you it will be in reality?" The glover remained silent. "I say again, what think you?" I can only pity you, Conachar, said Simon. It is hard to be the descendant of a lofty line, the son of a noble father, the leader by birth of a gallant array, and yet to want, or think you want, for still I trust the fault lies much in a quick fancy that overestimates danger, to want that dogged quality which is possessed by every game cock that is worth a handful of corn, every hound that is worth a mess of offal. But how chanced it that, with such a consciousness of inability to fight in this battle, you proffered even now to share your chiefdom with my daughter? Your power must depend on your fighting this combat, and in that Catherine cannot help you. You mistake, old man, replied Egan. Were Catherine to look kindly on the earnest love I bear her, it would carry me against the front of the enemies with the mettle of a war horse. Overwhelming as my sense of weakness is, the feeling that Catherine looked on would give me strength. Say yet, oh, say yet she shall be mine, if we gain the combat, and not the Gaucrom himself, whose heart is of a piece with his anvil, ever went to battle so light as I shall do. One strong passion is conquered by another. This is folly, Conachar. Cannot the recollection of your interest, your honor, your kindred, do as much to stir your courage as the thoughts of a brent-browed lass? Fie upon you, man! You tell me but what I have told myself, but it is in vain, replied Egan with a sigh. It is only whilst the timid stag is paired with the doe that he is desperate and dangerous. Be it from constitution, be it, as our Highland Caillochs will say, from the milk of the white doe, be it from my peaceful education and the experience of your strict restraint, be it, as you think, from an overheated fancy which paints danger yet more dangerous and ghastly than it is in reality, I cannot tell. But I know my failing, and, yes, it must be said, so sorely dread that I cannot conquer it, that, could I have your consent to my wishes on such terms, I would even here make a pause, renounce the rank I have assumed, and retire into humble life. What! Turn glover at last, Conachar? Said Simon. This beats the legend of Saint Crispin. Nay, nay, your hand was not framed for that. You shall spoil me no more doeskins. Jest not, said Egan. I am serious. If I cannot labor, I will bring wealth enough to live without it. They will proclaim me recreant with horn and war pipe. Let them do so. Catherine will love me the better that I have preferred the paths of peace to those of bloodshed, and Father Clement shall teach us to pity and forgive the world, which will load us with reproaches that wound not. I shall be the happiest of men. Catherine will enjoy all that unbounded affection can confer upon her, and will be freed from apprehension of the sights and sounds of horror which your ill-assorted match would have prepared for her. And you, Father Glover, shall occupy your chimney corner, the happiest and most honored man that ever— Hold, Egan, I prithee hold, said the Glover. The fir light with which this discourse must terminate burns very low, and I would speak a word in my turn, and plain dealing is best. Though it may vex, or perhaps enrage you, let me end these visions by saying at once, Catherine can never be yours. A glove is the emblem of faith, and a man of my craft should therefore less than any other break his own. Catherine's hand is promised to a man whom you may hate, but whom you must honor, to Henry the armorer. The match is fitting by degree, agreeable to their mutual wishes, and I have given my promise. It is best to be plain at once. Resent my refusal as you will, I am wholly in your power, but nothing shall make me break my word. The Glover spoke thus decidedly because he was aware from experience that the very irritable disposition of his former apprentice yielded, in most cases, to stern and decided resolution. Yet, recollecting where he was, it was with some feelings of fear that he saw the dying flame leap up and spread a flash of light on the visage of Aiken, which seemed pale as the grave, while his eye rolled like that of a maniac in his fever fit. The light instantly sunk down and died, and Simon felt a momentary terror lest he should have to dispute for his life with the youth, whom he knew to be capable of violent actions when highly excited, however short a period his nature could support the measures which his passion commenced. He was relieved by the voice of Aiken, who muttered in a hoarse, unaltered tone, "Let what we have spoken this night rest in silence forever. If thou bringst to light, thou wert better dig thine own grave." Thus speaking, the door of the hut opened, admitting a gleam of moonshine. The form of the retiring chief crossed it for an instant, the hurdle was then closed, and the shieling left in darkness. Simon Glover felt relieved when a conversation fraught with offense and danger was thus peaceably terminated. But he remained deeply affected by the condition of Hector MacIan, whom he had himself bred up. "The poor child," said he, "to be called up to a place of eminence, only to be hurled from it with contempt. What he told me I partly knew, having often remarked that Conachar was more prone to quarrel than to fight. But this overpowering faint-heartedness, which neither shame nor necessity can overcome, I, though no Sir William Wallace, cannot conceive. And to propose himself for a husband to my daughter, as if a bride were to find courage for herself and the bridegroom! No, no, Catherine must wed a man to whom she may say, 'Husband, spare your enemy,' not one in whose behalf she must cry, 'Generous enemy, spare my husband.'" Tired out with these reflections, the old man at length fell asleep. In the morning he was awakened by his friend, the Bushalach, who, with something of a blank visage, proposed to him to return to his abode on the meadow at the Ballot. He apologized that the chief could not see Simon Glover that morning, being busied with things about the expected combat, and that Aiken MacIan thought the residence at the Ballot would be safest for Simon Glover's health, and had given charge that every care should be taken for his protection and accommodation. Niall Bushalach dilated on these circumstances to gloss over the neglect implied in the chief's dismissing his visitor without a particular audience. "His father knew better," said the herdsman. "But where should he have learned manners, poor thing, and bred up among your Perth burghers, who, excepting yourself, neighbor Glover, who speak Gaelic as well as I do, are a race incapable of civility?" Simon Glover, it may be well believed, felt none of the want of respect which his friend resented on his account. On the contrary, he greatly preferred the quiet residence of the good herdsman to the tumultuous hospitality of the daily festival of the chief, even if there had not just passed an interview with Aiken upon a subject which it would be most painful to revive. To the Ballot, therefore, he quietly retreated, where, could he have been secure of Catherine's safety, his leisure was spent pleasantly enough. His amusement was sailing on the lake in a little skiff which a Highland boy managed, while the old man angled. He frequently landed on the little island, where he mused over the tomb of his old friend Gilchrist MacIan, and made friends with the monks, presenting the prior with gloves of marten's fur, and the superior officers with each of them a pair made from the skin of the wildcat. The cutting and stitching of these little presents served to beguile the time after sunset, while the family of the herdsman crowded around, admiring his address and listening to the tales and songs with which the old man had skill to pass away a heavy evening. It must be confessed that the cautious Glover avoided the conversation of Father Clement, whom he erroneously considered as rather the author of his misfortunes than the guiltless sharer of them. I will not, he thought, to please his fancies, lose the goodwill of these kind monks, which may be one day useful to me. I have suffered enough by his preachments already, I trow. Little the wiser and much the poorer they have made me. No, no, Catherine and Clement may think as they will, but I will take the first opportunity to sneak back like a rated hound at the call of his master, submit to a plentiful course of haircloth and whipcord, disperse a lusty mulct, and become whole with the church again. More than a fortnight had passed since the Glover had arrived at Ballau, and he began to wonder that he had not heard news of Catherine or of Henry Wynd, to whom he concluded the Provost had communicated the plan and place of his retreat. He knew the stout smith dared not come up into the Llanquihelly country, on account of various feuds with the inhabitants, and with Ekin himself, while bearing the name of Conachar; but yet the Glover thought Henry might have found means to send him a message, or a token, by some one of the various couriers who passed and repassed between the court and the headquarters of the Llanquihelly, in order to concert the terms of the impending combat, the march of the parties to Perth, and other particulars requiring previous adjustment. It was now the middle of March, and the fatal Palm Sunday was fast approaching. Whilst time was thus creeping on, the exiled Glover had not even once set eyes upon his former apprentice. The care that was taken to attend to his wants and convenience in every respect showed that he was not forgotten; but yet, when he heard the chieftain's horn ringing through the woods, he usually made it a point to choose his walk in a different direction. One morning, however, he found himself unexpectedly in Ekin's close neighbourhood, with scarce leisure to avoid him, and thus it happened. As Simon strolled pensively through a little sylvan glade, surrounded on either side with tall forest trees mixed with underwood, a white doe broke from the thicket, closely pursued by two deer greyhounds, one of which gripped her haunch, the other her throat, and pulled her down within half a furlong of the Glover, who was something startled at the suddenness of the incident. The ear and piercing blast of a horn and the baying of a slow hound made Simon aware that the hunters were close behind and on the trace of the deer. Hallooing and the sound of men running through the copse were heard close at hand. A moment's recollection would have satisfied Simon that his best way was to stand fast, or retire slowly, and leave it to Ekin to acknowledge his presence or not, as he should see cause. But his desire of shunning the young man had grown into a kind of instinct, and in the alarm of finding him so near, Simon hid himself in a bush of hazels mixed with holly, which altogether concealed him. He had hardly done so ere Ekin, rosy with exercise, dashed from the thicket into the open glade, accompanied by his foster father, Torquil of the Oak. The latter, with equal strength and address, turned the struggling hind on her back, and holding her forefeet in his right hand while he knelt on her body, offered his skean with the left to the young chief, that he might cut the animal's throat. "It may not be, Torquil. Do thine office, and take the essay thyself. I must not kill the likeness of my foster—" This was spoken with a melancholy smile, while a tear at the same time stood in the speaker's eye. Torquil stared at his young chief for an instant, then drew his sharp wood knife across the creature's throat with a cut so swift and steady that the weapon reached the backbone. Then, rising on his feet, and again fixing a long, piercing look on his chief, he said: "As much as I have done to that hind would I do to any living man whose ears could have heard my dolt (foster son) so much as name a white doe, and couple the word with Hector's name." If Simon had no reason before to keep himself concealed, this speech of Torquil furnished him with a pressing one. "It cannot be concealed, Father Torquil," said Aiken. "It will all out to the broad day." "What will out? What will to broad day?" asked Torquil in surprise. "It is the fatal secret," thought Simon. "And now, if this huge privy councillor cannot keep silence, I shall be made answerable, I suppose, for Aiken's disgrace having been blown abroad." Thinking thus anxiously, he availed himself at the same time of his position to see as much as he could of what passed between the afflicted chieftain and his confidant. Impelled by that spirit of curiosity which prompts us in the most momentous as well as the most trivial occasions of life, and which is sometimes found to exist in company with great personal fear. As Torquil listened to what Aiken communicated, the young man sank into his arms, and, supporting himself on his shoulder, concluded his confession by a whisper into his ear. Torquil seemed to listen with such amazement as to make him incapable of crediting his ears. As if to be certain that it was Aiken who spoke, he gradually roused the youth from his reclining posture, and, holding him up in some measure by a grasp on his shoulder, fixed on him an eye that seemed enlarged, and at the same time turned to stone by the marvels he listened to. And so wild waxed the old man's visage after he had heard the murmured communication, that Simon Glover apprehended he would cast the youth from him as a dishonoured thing, in which case he might have lighted upon the very copse in which he lay concealed, and occasioned his discovery in a manner equally painful and dangerous. But the passions of Torquil, who entertained for his foster child even a double portion of that passionate fondness which always attends that connection in the Highlands, took a different turn. "I believe it not," he exclaimed. "It is false of thy father's child, false of thy mother's son, falsest of my dolt. I offer my gage to heaven and hell, and will maintain the combat with him that shall call it true. Thou hast been spellbound by an evil eye, my darling, and the fainting which you call cowardice is the work of magic. I remember the bat that struck the torch out on the hour that thou wert born, that hour of grief and of joy. Cheer up, my beloved, thou shalt with me to Iona, and the good Saint Columbus, with the whole choir of blessed saints and angels who ever favored thy race, shall take from thee the heart of the white doe, and return that which they have stolen from thee." Aiken listened with a look as if he would fain have believed the words of the Comforter. "But, Torquil," he said, "supposing this might avail us, the fatal day approaches, and if I go to the lists, I dread me we shall be shamed." "It cannot be, it shall not," said Torquil. "Hell shall not prevail so far. We will steep thy sword in holy water, place vervain, St. John's wort, and rowan tree in thy crest. We will surround thee, I and thy 8 brethren. Thou shalt be safe as in a castle." Again the youth helplessly uttered something which, from the dejected tone in which it was spoken, Simon could not understand, while Torquil's deep tones in reply fell full and distinct upon his ear. "Yes, there may be a chance of withdrawing thee from the conflict. Thou art the youngest who is to draw blade. Now hear me, and thou shalt know what it is to have a foster father's love, and how far it exceeds the love even of kinsmen. The youngest on the indenture of the clan Chatan is Ferquhar Day. His father slew mine, and the red blood is seething hot between us. I looked to Palm Sunday as the term that should cool it. But mark! Thou wouldst have thought that the blood in the veins of this Ferquhar Day and in mine would not have mingled, had they been put into the same vessel. Yet hath he cast the eyes of his love upon my only daughter Eva, the fairest of our maidens. Think with what feelings I heard the news. It was as if a wolf from the skirts of Faragon had said, 'Give me thy child in wedlock, Torquil.' My child thought not thus. She loves Ferkehard, and weeps away her colour and strength in dread of the approaching battle. Let her give him but a sign of favour, and well I know he will forget kith and kin, forsake the field, and fly with her to the desert. He, the youngest of the champions of Clan Chetan, being absent, I, the youngest of the Clan Queheli, may be excused from combat, said Eachunn, blushing at the mean chance of safety thus opened to him. See now, my chief, said Torquil, and judge my thoughts towards thee. Others might give thee their own lives, and that of their sons. I sacrifice to thee the honour of my house. My friend, my father, repeated the chief, folding Torquil to his bosom, what a base wretch am I, that have a spirit dastardly enough to avail myself of your sacrifice! Speak not of that. Green woods have ears. Let us back to the camp, and send our gillies for the venison. Back, dogs, and follow at heel. The slowhound, or lime dog, luckily for Simon, had drenched his nose in the blood of the deer, else he might have found the glover's lair in the thicket. But its more acute properties of scent being lost, it followed tranquilly with the gazehounds. When the hunters were out of sight and hearing, the glover arose, greatly relieved by their departure, and began to move off in the opposite direction as fast as his age permitted. His first reflection was on the fidelity of the foster father. The wild mountain heart is faithful and true. Yonder man is more like the giants and romance than a man of mould like ourselves, and yet Christians might take an example from him for his lealty. A simple contrivance this, though, to finger a man from off their enemy's chequer, as if there would not be 20 of the wildcats ready to supply his place. Thus thought the glover, not aware that the strictest proclamations were issued, prohibiting any of the two contending clans, their friends, allies, and dependents, from coming within 50 miles of Perth during a week before and a week after the combat, which regulation was to be enforced by armed men. So soon as our friend Simon arrived at the habitation of the herdsman, he found other news awaiting him. They were brought by Father Clement, who came in a pilgrim's cloak, or dalmatic, ready to commence his return to the southward, and desirous to take leave of his companion in exile, or to accept him as a travelling companion. "But what," said the citizen, "has so suddenly induced you to return within the reach of danger?" "Have you not heard," said Father Clement, "that March and his English allies having retired into England before the Earl of Douglas, the good Earl has applied himself to redress the evils of the Commonwealth, and hath written to the court letters desiring that the warrant for the High Court of Commission against heresy be withdrawn, as a trouble to men's consciences; that the nomination of Henry of Wardlaw to be prelate of St. Andrew's be referred to the Parliament, with sundry other things pleasing to the Commons. Now most of the nobles that are with the king at Perth, and with them Sir Patrick Charteris, your worthy provost, have declared for the proposals of the Douglas. The Duke of Albany had agreed to them, whether from goodwill or policy I know not. The good king is easily persuaded to mild and gentle courses, and thus are the jaw teeth of the oppressors dashed to pieces in their sockets, and the prey snatched from their ravening talons. Will you with me to the Lowlands, or do you abide here a little space?" Niall Bushallach saved his friend the trouble of reply. He had the chief's authority, he said, for saying that Simon Glover should abide until the champions went down to the battle. In this answer the citizen saw something not quite consistent with his own perfect freedom of volition, but he cared little for it at the time, as it furnished a good apology for not travelling along with the clergyman. "An exemplary man," he said to his friend Niall Bushallach as soon as Father Clement had taken leave. "A great scholar and a great saint. It is a pity, almost, he is no longer in danger to be burned, as his sermon at the stake would convert thousands. Oh, Neil Bushalach, Father Clement's pile would be a sweet savouring sacrifice and a beacon to all decent Christians. But what would the burning of a bauble ignorant burgess like me serve? Men offer not up old glove leather for incense, nor are beacons fed with undressed hides, I trow. Sooth to speak, I have too little learning and too much fear to get credit by the affair, and therefore I should, in our homely phrase, have both the scathe and the scorn. True for you, answered the herdsman. End of Section 33.
Section 34 of The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 30. We must return to the characters of our dramatic narrative whom we left at Perth, when we accompanied the Glover and his fair daughter to Confons, and from that hospitable mansion traced the course of Simon to Loch Tay, and the prince, as the highest personage, claims our immediate attention. This rash and inconsiderate young man endured with some impatience his sequestered residence with the Lord High Constable, with whose company, otherwise in every respect satisfactory, he became dissatisfied, from no other reason than that he held in some degree the character of his warder. Incensed against his uncle and displeased with his father, he longed, not unnaturally, for the society of Sir John Ramorny, on whom he had been so long accustomed to throw himself for amusement, and, though he would have resented the imputation as an insult, for guidance and direction. He therefore sent him a summons to attend him, providing his health permitted, and directed him to come by water to a little pavilion in the High Constable's garden, which, like that of Sir John's own lodgings, ran down to the Tay. In renewing an intimacy so dangerous, Rothsay only remembered that he had been Sir John Ramorny's munificent friend, while Sir John, on receiving the invitation, only recollected, on his part, the capricious insults he had sustained from his patron, the loss of his hand, and the lightness with which he had treated the subject, and the readiness with which Rothsay had abandoned his cause in the matter of the bonnet-maker's slaughter. He laughed bitterly when he read the prince's billet. "Heavy it," he said. "Man a stout boat with 6 trusty men. Trusty men, mark me. Lose not a moment, and bid Dwining instantly come hither." "Heaven smiles on us, my trusty friend," he said to the mediciner. "I was but beating my brains how to get access to this fickle boy, and here he sends to invite me." "Hem, I see the matter very clearly," said Dwining. "Heaven smiles on some untoward consequences. He, he, he. No matter, the trap is ready, and it is baited too, my friend. With what would lure the boy from a sanctuary, though a troop with drawn weapons waited him in the churchyard? Yet it is scarce necessary. His own wariness of himself would have done the job. Get thy matters ready, thou goest with us. Write to him, as I cannot, that we come instantly to attend his commands, and do it clerkly. He reads well, and that he owes to me. He will be your Valiency's debtor for more knowledge before he dies, he he he. But is your bargain sure with the Duke of Albany? Enough to gratify my ambition, thy avarice, and the revenge of both. Aboard, and speedily! Let Eviat throw in a few flasks of the choicest wine, and some cold-baked meats. But your arm, my lord, Sir John, does it not pain you? The throbbing of my heart silences the pain of my wound. It beats as it would burst my bosom. Heaven forbid, said Dwining, adding in a low voice, it would be a strange sight if it should. I should like to dissect it, save that its stony case would spoil my best instruments. In a few minutes they were in the boat, while a speedy messenger carried the note to the prince. Rothsay was seated with the constable, after their noontide repast. He was sullen and silent, and the earl had just asked whether it was his pleasure that the table should be cleared, when a note, delivered to the prince, changed at once his aspect. "As you will," he said. "I go to the pavilion in the garden, always with permission of my lord constable, to receive my late master of the horse." "My lord," said Lord Errol. "Ay, my lord. Must I ask permission twice?" "No, surely, my lord," answered the constable. "But has your royal highness recollected that Sir John Ramorny—" "Has not the plague, I hope," replied the Duke of Rothsay. "Come, Errol, you would play the surly turnkey, but it is not in your nature. Farewell for half an hour." "A new folly," said Errol, as the prince, flinging open a lattice of the ground parlour in which they sat, stepped out into the garden. "A new folly to call back that villain to his counsels, but he is infatuated." The prince, in the meantime, looked back and said hastily, "Your lordship's good housekeeping will afford us a flask or two of wine and a slight collation in the pavilion. I love the alfresco of the river." The constable bowed, and gave the necessary orders, so that Sir John found the materials of good cheer ready displayed, when, landing from his barge, he entered the pavilion. "It grieves my heart to see your highness under restraint," said Ramorny, with a well-executed appearance of sympathy. "That grief of thine will grieve mine," said the prince. "I am sure here has Errol, and a right true-hearted lord he is, so tired me with grave looks, and something like grave lessons, that he has driven me back to thee, thou reprobate, from whom, as I expect nothing good, I may perhaps obtain something entertaining. Yet, ere we say more, it was foul work, that upon the fasterns even, Ramorny. I well hope thou gavest not aim to it." "On my honour, my lord, a simple mistake of the brute Bonthrin. I did hint to him that a dry beating would be due to the fellow by whom I had lost a hand. And lo you, my knave makes a double mistake. He takes one man for another, and instead of the baton he uses the axe." "It is well that it went no farther. Small matter for the bonnet maker, but I had never forgiven you had the armourer fallen. There is not his match in Britain. But I hope they hanged the villain high enough." "If 30 feet might serve," replied Ramorny. "Pah! No more of him," said Rothsay. "His wretched name makes the good wine taste of blood. And what are the news in Perth, Ramorny? How stands it with the Bonarobas and the Galliards?" "Little Galliardese stirring, my lord," answered the knight. "All eyes are turned to the motions of the Black Douglas, who comes with 5,000 chosen men to put us all to rights, as if he were bound for another Otterburn. It is said he is to be lieutenant again. It is certain many have declared for his faction." "It is time, then, my feet were free," said Rothsay. "Otherwise I may find a worse warder than Errol." "Ay, my lord, were you once away from this place, you might make as bold a head as Douglas." "Ramorny," said the prince gravely, "I have but a confused remembrance of your once having proposed something horrible to me. Beware of such counsel. I would be free. I would have my person at my own disposal, but I will never levy arms against my father, nor those it pleases him to trust." "It was only for your royal highness's personal freedom that I was presuming to speak," answered Ramorny. "Were I in your grace's place, I would get me into that good boat which hovers on the Tay, and drop quietly down to Fife, where you have many friends, and make free to take possession of Falkland. It is a royal castle, and though the king has bestowed it in gift on your uncle, yet surely, even if the grant were not subject to challenge, your grace might make free with the residence of so near a relative." "He hath made free with mine," said the duke, "as the stewartry of Renfrew can tell. But stay, Ramorny, hold. Did I not hear Errol say that the Lady Marjorie Douglas, whom they call Duchess of Rothsay, is at Falkland? I would neither dwell with that lady nor insult her by dislodging her." "The lady was there, my lord," replied Ramorny. "I have sure evidence that she is gone to meet her father." Ha! To animate the Douglas against me? Or perhaps to beg him to spare me, providing I come on my knees to her bed, as pilgrims say the emirs and amirals upon whom a Saracan sultan bestows a daughter in marriage are bound to do? Ramorny, I will act by the Douglas's own saying. It is better to hear the lark sing than the mouse squeak. I will keep both foot and hand from fetters. No place fitter than Falkland, replied Ramorny. I have enough of good yeomen to keep the place, and should your highness wish to leave it, a brief ride reaches the sea in 3 directions. You speak well, but we shall die of gloom yonder. Neither mirth, music, nor maidens, ha! Said the heedless prince. Pardon me, noble duke, but though the Lady Marjorie Douglas be departed, like an errant dame in romance, to implore succour of her dowdy sire, there is, I may say, a lovelier, I am sure a younger, maiden, either presently at Falkland, or who will soon be on the road thither. Your highness has not forgotten the Fair Maid of Perth? Forget the prettiest wench in Scotland? No, any more than thou hast forgotten the hand that thou hadst in the Curfew Street onslaught on St. Valentine's Eve. The hand that I had, your highness would say, the hand that I lost, as certain as I shall never regain it, Catherine Glover is, or will soon be, at Falkland. I will not flatter your highness by saying she expects to meet you. In truth, she proposes to place herself under the protection of the Lady Marjorie. The little traitress, said the prince. She too to turn against me. She deserves punishment, Ramorny. I trust your grace will make her penance a gentle one, replied the knight. Faith, I would have been her father confessor long ago, but I have ever found her coy. Opportunity was lacking, my lord, replied Ramorny, and time presses even now. Nay, I am but too apt for a frolic, but my father... He is personally safe, said Ramorny, and as much at freedom as ever he can be, while your highness must brook fetters, conjugal or literal. I know it. Yonder comes Douglas, with his daughter in his hand, as haughty and as harsh-featured as himself, bating touches of age. And at Falkland sits in solitude the fairest wench in Scotland, said Ramorny. Here is penance and restraint, yonder is joy and freedom. Thou hast prevailed, most sage counsellor, replied Rothsay. But mark you, it shall be the last of my frolics. I trust so, replied Ramorny, for when at liberty, you may make a good accommodation with your royal father. I will write to him, Ramorny. Get the writing materials. No, I cannot put my thoughts in words. Do thou write. Your royal highness forgets, said Ramorny, pointing to his mutilated arm. Ah, that cursed hand of yours! What can we do? So please your highness, answered his counsellor, if you would use the hand of the mediciner, Dwining, he writes like a clerk. Hath he a hint of the circumstances? Is he possessed of them? Fully, said Ramorny, and stepping to the window, he called Dwining from the boat. He entered the presence of the Prince of Scotland, creeping as if he trode upon eggs, with downcast eyes, and a frame that seemed shrunk up by a sense of awe produced by the occasion. There, fellow, are writing materials. I will make trial of you. Thou know'st the case. Place my conduct to my father in a fair light. Dwining sat down, and in a few minutes wrote a letter which he handed to Sir John Ramorny. Why, the devil has aided thee, Dwining, said the knight. Listen, my dear lord. Respected father and liege sovereign, know that important considerations induce me to take my departure from this your court, purposing to make my abode at Falkland, both as the seat of my dearest uncle Albany, with whom I know your majesty would desire me to use all familiarity, and as the residence of one from whom I have been too long estranged, and with whom I haste to exchange vows of the closest affection from henceforward. The Duke of Rothsay and Ramorny laughed aloud, and the physician, who had listened to his own scroll as if it were a sentence of death, encouraged by their applause, raised his eyes, uttered faintly his chuckling note of hee-hee, and was again grave and silent, as if afraid he had transgressed the bounds of reverent respect. "Admirable," said the prince, "admirable. The old man will apply all this to the Duchess, as they call her, of Rothsay. Twining, thou shouldst be a secretess to His Holiness the Pope, who sometimes, it is said, wants a scribe that can make one word record two meanings. I will subscribe it, and have the praise of device." "And now, my lord," said Romorny, sealing the letter and leaving it behind, "will you not to boat?" "Not till my chamberlain attends with some clothes and necessaries, and you may call my sewer also." "My lord," said Romorny, "time presses, and preparation will but excite suspicion. Your officers will follow with the mails tomorrow. For tonight, I trust my poor service may suffice to wait on you at table and chamber." "Nay, this time it is thou who forgets," said the prince, touching the wounded arm with his walking-rod. "Recollect, man, thou canst neither carve a capon nor tie a point, a goodly sewer or valet of the mouth." Romorny grinned with rage and pain, for his wound, though in a way of healing, was still highly sensitive, and even the pointing a finger towards it made him tremble. "Will your highness now be pleased to take boat?" "Not till I take leave of the Lord Constable. Rothsay must not slip away, like a thief from a prison, from the house of Errol. Summon him hither." "My lord Duke," said Romorny, "it may be dangerous to our plan." "To the devil with danger, thy plan and thyself. I must and will act to Errol as becomes us both." The earl entered, agreeable to the prince's summons. "I give you this trouble, my lord," said Rothsay, with the dignified courtesy which he knew so well how to assume, "to thank you for your hospitality and your good company. I can enjoy them no longer, as pressing affairs call me to Falkland." "My lord," said the Lord High Constable, "I trust your grace remembers that you are under ward." "How? Under ward? If I am a prisoner, speak plainly. If not, I will take my freedom to depart." "I would, my lord, your highness would request his majesty's permission for this journey. There will be much displeasure." "Mean you displeasure against yourself, my lord, or against me?" "I have already said your highness lies in ward here. But if you determine to break it, I have no warrant, God forbid, to put force on your inclinations. I can but entreat your highness for your own sake. Of my own interest I am the best judge. Good evening to you, my lord." The wilful prince stepped into the boat with Twining and Romorny, and, waiting for no other attendants, Eviat pushed off the vessel, which descended the Tay rapidly by the assistance of sail and oar and of the ebb tide. For some space the Duke of Rothsay appeared silent and moody, nor did his companions interrupt his reflections. He raised his head at length and said, "My father loves a jest, and when all is over he will take this frolic at no more serious rate than it deserves, a fit of youth, with which he will deal as he has with others. Yonder, my masters, shows the old hold of Kinfons, frowning above the Tay. Now tell me, John Romorny, how thou hast dealt to get the Fair Maid of Perth out of the hands of yonder bull-headed provost, for Errol told me it was rumoured that she was under his protection." "Truly she was, my lord, with the purpose of being transferred to the patronage of the Duchess, I mean, of the Lady Marjorie of Douglas. Now this beetle-headed provost, who is after all but a piece of blundering valiancy, has, like most such, a retainer of some slyness and cunning, whom he uses in all his dealings, and whose suggestions he generally considers as his own ideas. Whenever I would possess myself of a landward baron, I address myself to such a confidant, who, in the present case, is called Kit Henshaw, an old skipper upon the Tay, and who, having in his time sailed as far as Campfair, holds with Sir Patrick Charteris the respect due to one who has seen foreign countries. This his agent I have made my own, and by his means have insinuated various apologies in order to postpone the departure of Catherine for Falkland." "But to what good purpose?" "I know not if it is wise to tell your highness, lest you should disapprove of my views." I meant the officers of the Commission for Inquiry into Heretical Opinions should have found the fair maid at Kinfon's. For our beauty is a peevish, self-willed swerver from the church, and certes, I designed that the king should have come in for his share of the fines and confiscations that were about to be inflicted. The monks were eager enough to be at him, seeing he hath had frequent disputes with them about the salmon tithe. But wherefore wouldst thou have ruined the knight's fortunes and brought the beautiful young woman to the stake, perchance? Pshaw, my lord duke! Monks never burn pretty maidens. An old woman might have been in some danger, and as for my lord Provost, as they call him, if they had clipped off some of his fat acres, it would have been some atonement for the needless brave he put on me in St. John's Church. Methinks, John, it was but a base revenge, said Rothsay. Rest ye contented, my lord. He that cannot right himself by the hand must use his head. Well, that chance was over by the tender-hearted Douglas's declaring in favour of tender conscience, and then, my lord, old Henshaw found no further objections to carrying the Fair Maid of Perth to Falkland, not to share the dullness of the Lady Marjorie's society, as Sir Patrick Charteris and she herself doth opine, but to keep your highness from tiring when we return from hunting in the park. There was again a long pause, in which the prince seemed to muse deeply. At length he spoke. Ramorny, I have a scruple in this matter, but if I name it to thee, the devil of sophistry, with which thou art possessed, will argue it out of me, as it has done many others. This girl is the most beautiful, one excepted, whom I ever saw or knew, and I like her the more that she bears some features of Elizabeth of Dunbar. But she, I mean Catherine Glover, is contracted, and presently to be wedded to Henry the Armourer, a craftsman unequalled for skill, and a man-at-arms yet unmatched in the barrass. To follow out this intrigue would do a good fellow too much wrong. Your highness will not expect me to be very solicitous of Henry Smith's interest, said Ramorny, looking at his wounded arm. By St. Andrew with his shored cross, this disaster of thine is too much harped upon, John Ramorny. Others are content with putting a finger into every man's pie, but thou must thrust in thy whole gory hand. It is done, and cannot be undone. Let it be forgotten. Nay, my lord, you allude to it more frequently than I, answered the knight. In derision, it is true, but I can be silent on the subject if I cannot forget it. Well then, I tell thee that I have scruple about this intrigue. Dost thou remember, when we went in a frolic to hear Father Clement preach, or rather to see this fair heretic, that he spoke as touchingly as a minstrel about the rich man taking away the poor man's only ewe lamb? A great matter indeed, answered St. John, that this Charles' wife's eldest son should be fathered by the Prince of Scotland. How many earls would covet the like fate for their fair countesses, and how many that have had such good luck sleep not a grain the worse for it? And if I might presume to speak, said the mediciner, the ancient laws of Scotland assigned such a privilege to every feudal lord over his female vassals, though lack of spirit and love of money hath made many exchange it for gold. I require no argument to urge me to be kind to a pretty woman, but this Catherine has been ever cold to me, said the prince. Nay, my lord, said Ramorny, if young, handsome, and a prince, you know not how to make yourself acceptable to a fine woman, it is not for me to say more. And if it were not far too great audacity in me to speak again, I would say, quoth the leech, that all Perth knows that the Gow Crom never was the maiden's choice, but fairly forced upon her by her father. I know for certain that she refused him repeatedly. Nay, if thou canst assure us of that, the case is much altered, said Rothsay. Vulcan was a smith as well as Harry Wynd. He would needs wed Venus, and our chronicles tell us what came of it. Then long may Lady Venus live and be worshipped, said Sir John Ramorny, and success to the gallant knight Mars who goes a-wooing to her goddess-ship. The discourse took a gay and idle turn for a few minutes, but the Duke of Rothsay soon dropped it. I have left, he said, yonder air of the prison-house behind me, and yet my spirits scarce revive. I feel that drowsy, not unpleasing, yet melancholy mood that comes over us when exhausted by exercise or satiated with pleasure. Some music now, stealing on the ear, yet not loud enough to make us lift the eye, were a treat for the gods. Your grace has but to speak your wishes, and the nymphs of the Tay are as favourable as the fair ones upon the shore. Hark! It is a lute. A lute, said the Duke of Rothsay, listening. It is, and rarely touched. I should remember that dying fall. Steer toward the boat from whence the music comes. It is old Henshaw, said Ramorny, working up the stream. How, skipper? The boatman answered the hail, and drew up alongside of the prince's barge. Oh ho, my old friend, said the prince, recognizing the figure as well as the appointments of the French glee woman, Louise. I think I owe thee something for being the means of thy having a fright, at least upon St. Valentine's Day. Into this boat with thee, lute, puppy dog, scrip, and all. I will prefer thee to a lady's service who shall feed thy very cur on capons and cannery. I trust your highness will consider, said Ramorny. I will consider nothing but my pleasure, John. Pray, do thou be so complying as to consider it also. Is it indeed to a lady's service you would promote me? Said the glee maiden. And where does she dwell? At Falkland, answered the prince. Oh, I have heard of that great lady, said Louise. And will you indeed prefer me to your right royal consort's service? I will, by my honour, whenever I receive her as such. Mark that reservation, John, said he aside to Ramorny. The persons who were in the boat caught up the tidings, and, concluding a reconciliation was about to take place betwixt the royal couple, exhorted Louise to profit by her good fortune, and add herself to the Duchess of Rothsay's train. Several offered her some acknowledgment for the exercise of her talents. During this moment of delay, Ramorny whispered to Dwining, Make in, knave, with some objection. This addition is one too many. Rouse thy wits, while I speak a word with Henshaw. If I might presume to speak, said Dwining, as one who have made my studies both in Spain and Arabia, I would say, my lord, that the sickness has appeared in Edinburgh, and that there may be a risk in admitting this young wanderer into your highness's vicinity. Ah, and what is it to thee, said Rothsay, whether I choose to be poisoned by the pestilence or the apothecary? Must thou, too, needs thwart my humour? While the prince thus silenced the remonstrances of Dwining, Sir John Ramorny had snatched a moment to learn from Henshaw that the removal of the Duchess of Rothsay from Falkland was still kept profoundly secret, and that Catherine Glover would arrive there that evening or the next morning in expectation of being taken under the noble lady's protection. The Duke of Rothsay, deeply plunged in thought, received this intimation so coldly that Ramorny took the liberty of remonstrating. This, my lord, he said, is playing the spoiled child of fortune. You wish for liberty, it comes. You wish for beauty, it awaits you with just so much delay as to render the boon more precious. Even your slightest desires seem a law to the fates, for you desire music when it seems most distant, and the lute and song are at your hand. These things, so sent, should be enjoyed, else we are but like petted children, who break and throw from them the toys they have wept themselves sick for. To enjoy pleasure, Ramorny, said the prince, a man should have suffered pain, as it requires fasting to gain a good appetite. We, who can have all for a wish, little enjoy that all when we have possessed it. Seest thou yonder thick cloud, which is about to burst to rain? It seems to stifle me. The waters look dark and lurid. The shores have lost their beautiful form. My lord, forgive your servant, said Ramorny. You indulge a powerful imagination, as an unskilful horseman permits a fiery steed to rear until he falls back on his master and crushes him. I pray you, shake off this lethargy. Shall the glee maiden make some music? Let her, but it must be melancholy. All mirth would at this moment jar on my ear. The maiden sung a melancholy dirge in Norman French, the words of which the following is an imitation, were united to a tune as doleful as they are themselves. Yes, thou mayest sigh, and look once more at all around, at stream and bank, and sky and ground. Thy life its final course has found, and thou must die. Yes, lay thee down, and while thy struggling pulses flutter, bid the grey monk his soul mass mutter, and the deep bell its death tone utter. Thy life is gone. Be not afraid, 'tis but a pang, and then a thrill, a fever fit, and then a chill, and then an end of human ill, for thou art dead. The prince made no observation on the music, and the maiden at Ramorny's beck went on from time to time with her minstrel craft until the evening sunk down into rain, first soft and gentle, at length in great quantities, and accompanied by a cold wind. There was neither cloak nor covering for the prince, and he sullenly rejected that which Ramorny offered. "It is not for Rothsay to wear your cast garments, Sir John, this melted snow which I feel pierce me to the very marrow. I am now encountering by your fault. Why did you presume to put off the boat without my servants and apparel?" Ramorny did not attempt an exculpation, for he knew the prince was in one of those humours when to enlarge upon a grievance was more pleasing to him than to have his mouth stopped by any reasonable apology. In sullen silence, or amid unsuppressed chiding, the boat arrived at the fishing village of Newburgh. The party landed, and found horses in readiness, which, indeed, Ramorny had long since provided for the occasion. Their quality underwent the prince's bitter sarcasm, expressed to Ramorny sometimes by direct words, oftener by bitter gibes. At length they were mounted and rode on through the closing night and the falling rain, the prince leading the way with reckless haste. The glee maiden, mounted by his express order, attended them, and well for her that, accustomed to severe weather, and exercise both on foot and horseback, she supported as firmly as the men the fatigues of the nocturnal ride. Ramorny was compelled to keep at the prince's rein, being under no small anxiety lest, in his wayward fit, he might ride off from him entirely, and, taking refuge in the house of some loyal baron, escape the snare which was spread for him. He therefore suffered inexpressibly during the ride, both in mind and in body. At length the forest of Falkland received them, and a glimpse of the moon showed the dark and huge tower, an appendage of royalty itself, though granted for a season to the Duke of Albany. On a signal given, the drawbridge fell. Torches glared in the courtyard, menials attended, and the prince, assisted from horseback, was ushered into an apartment, where Ramorny waited on him, together with Twining, and entreated him to take the leech's advice. The Duke of Rothsay repulsed the proposal, haughtily ordered his bed to be prepared, and having stood for some time shivering in his dank garments beside a large blazing fire, he retired to his apartment without taking leave of anyone. "You see the peevish humour of this childish boy now," said Ramorny to Twining. "Can you wonder that a servant who has done so much for him as I should be tired of such a master?" "No, truly," said Twining. "That and the promised earldom of Lindores would shake any man's fidelity. But shall we commence with him this evening? He has, if eye and cheek speak true, the foundation of a fever within him, which will make our work easy while it will seem the effect of nature." "It is an opportunity lost," said Ramorny. "But we must delay our blow till he has seen this beauty, Catherine Glover. She may be hereafter a witness that she saw him in good health, and master of his own motions, a brief space before. You understand me?" Twining nodded assent, and added, "There is no time lost, for there is little difficulty in blighting a flower exhausted from having been made to bloom too soon." End of section 34. Recording by Campbell Shelp. Section 35 of The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 31. Ah me, in sooth he was a shameless wight, sore given to revel and ungodly glee. Few earthly things found favour in his sight, save concubines and carnal company, and flaunting with sailors of high and low degree. Byron. With the next morning the humour of the Duke of Rothesay was changed. He complained, indeed, of pain and fever, but they rather seemed to stimulate than to overwhelm him. He was familiar with Romorny, and though he said nothing on the subject of the preceding night, it was plain he remembered what he desired to obliterate from the memory of his followers, the ill humour he had then displayed. He was civil to everyone, and jested with Romorny on the subject of Catherine's arrival. How surprised will the pretty prude be at seeing herself in a family of men, when she expects to be admitted amongst the hoods and pinners of Dame Marjorie's waiting woman? Thou hast not many of the tender sex in thy household, I take it, Romorny? Faith, none except the minstrel wench, but a household drudge or two whom we may not dispense with. By the way, she is anxiously inquiring after the mistress your highness promised to prefer her to. Shall I dismiss her to hunt for her new mistress at leisure? By no means, she will serve to amuse Catherine, and, hark you, were it not well to receive that coy gillet with something of a mumming? How mean you, my lord? Thou art dull, man. We will not disappoint her. Since she expects to find the Duchess of Rothesay, I will be Duke and Duchess in my own person. Still I do not comprehend. No one so dull as a wit, said the prince, when he does not hit off the scent at once. My Duchess, as they call her, has been in as great a hurry to run away from Falkland as I to come hither. We have both left our apparel behind. There is as much female trumpery in the wardrobe adjoining to my sleeping room as would equip a whole carnival. Look you, I will play Dame Marjorie, disposed on this daybed here with a mourning veil and a wreath of willow, to show my forsaken plight. Thou, John, wilt look starch and stiff enough for her Galwegian maid of honour, the Countess Hermiglid, and Dwining shall present the old Hecate, her nurse, only she hath more beard on her upper lip than Dwining on his whole face, and skull to boot. She should have the commodity of a beard to set her forth conformably. Get thy kitchen drudges, and what passable pages thou hast with thee, to make my women of the bedroom. Hearest thou? About it instantly. Romorny hasted into the anteroom and told Dwining the prince's device. Do thou look to humour the fool, he said. I care not how little I see him, knowing what is to be done. Trust all to me, said the physician, shrugging his shoulders. What sort of a butcher is he that can cut the lamb's throat, yet is afraid to hear it bleat? Tush, fear not my constancy. I cannot forget that he would have cast me into the cloister with as little regard as if he threw away the truncheon of a broken lance. Be gone, yet stay. Ere you go to arrange this silly pageant, something must be settled to impose on the thick-witted Charteris. He is like enough, should he be left in the belief that the Duchess of Rothesay is still here, and Catherine Glover in attendance on her, to come down with offers of service, and the like, when, as I need scarce tell thee, his presence would be inconvenient. Indeed, this is the more likely, that some folks have given a warmer name to the iron-headed knight's great and tender patronage of this damsel. With that hint, let me alone to deal with him. I will send him such a letter, that for this month he shall hold himself as ready for a journey to hell as to Falkland. Can you tell me the name of the Duchess's confessor? Wealthoff, a Grey Friar. Enough! Then here I start. In a few minutes, for he was a clerk of rare celerity, Dwining finished a letter, which he placed in Romorny's hand. This is admirable, and would have made thy fortune with Rothesay. I think I should have been too jealous to trust thee in his household, save that his day is closed. Read it aloud, said Dwining, that we may judge if it goes trippingly off. And Romorny read as follows. By command of our high and mighty Princess Marjorie, Duchess of Rothesay, and so forth, we, Wealthoff, Unworthy brother of the Order of St. Francis, do thee, Sir Patrick Charteris, Knight of Kinfons, to know that her highness marvels much at the temerity with which you have sent to her presence a woman of whose fame she can judge but lightly, seeing she hath made her abode, without any necessity, for more than a week in thine own castle, without company of any other female, saving menials, of which foul cohabitation the savour is gone up through Fife, Angus, and Perthshire. Nevertheless, her highness, considering the ease as one of human frailty, hath not caused this wanton one to be scourged with nettles, or otherwise to dree penance, but as two good brethren of the convent of Lindores, the fathers Thickskull and Dundermore, have been summoned up to the Highlands upon an especial call. Her highness hath committed to their care this maiden Catherine, with charge to convey her to her father, whom she states to be residing beside Loch Tay, under whose protection she will find a situation more fitting her qualities and habits than the castle of Falkland, while her highness the Duchess of Rothsay abides there. She hath charged the said reverend brothers so to deal with the young woman as may give her a sense of the sin of incontinence, and she commendeth thee to confession and penitence. Signed, Wealhtheof, by command of an high and mighty princess, and so forth. When he had finished, "Excellent, excellent!" Romorny exclaimed. "This unexpected rebuff will drive Charteris mad. He hath been long making a sort of homage to this lady, and to find himself suspected of incontinence, when he was expecting the full credit of a charitable action, will altogether confound him, and, as thou sayest, it will be long enough ere he come hither to look after the damsel or do honour to the dame. But away to thy pageant, while I prepare that which shall close the pageant forever." It was an hour before noon, when Catherine, escorted by old Henshaw and a groom of the Knight of Kinfos, arrived before the lordly tower of Falkland. The broad banner which was displayed from it bore the arms of Rothsay. The servants who appeared wore the colours of the prince's household, all confirming the general belief that the Duchess still resided there. Catherine's heart throbbed, for she had heard that the Duchess had the pride as well as the high courage of the House of Douglas, and felt uncertain touching the reception she was to experience. On entering the castle, she observed that the train was smaller than she had expected, but as the Duchess lived in close retirement, she was little surprised at this. In a species of anteroom she was met by a little old woman, who seemed bent double with age, and supported herself upon an ebony staff. "Truly thou art welcome, fair daughter," said she, saluting Catherine, "and, as I may say, to an afflicted house, and I trust," once more saluting her, "thou wilt be a consolation to my precious and right royal daughter the Duchess. Sit thee down, my child, till I see whether my lady be at leisure to receive thee. Ah, my child, thou art very lovely indeed, if Our Lady hath given to thee a soul to match with so fair a body." With that, the counterfeit old woman crept into the next apartment, where she found Rothsay in the masquerading habit he had prepared, and Romorny, who had evaded taking part in the pageant, in his ordinary attire. "Thou art a precious rascal, Sir Doctor," said the prince. "By my honour, I think thou couldst find in thy heart to play out the whole play thyself, lover's part and all." "If it were to save your highness trouble," said the leech, with his usual subdued laugh. "No, no," said Rothsay. "I never need thy help, man. And tell me now, how look I thus disposed on the couch, languishing and ladylike, huh?" "Something too fine-complexioned and soft-featured for the Lady Marjorie of Douglas, if I may presume to say so," said the leech. "Away, villain and marshal, in this fair frost piece. Fear not, she will complain of my effeminacy. And thou, Romorny, away also." As the knight left the apartment by one door, the fictitious old woman ushered in Catherine Glover by another. The room had been carefully darkened to twilight, so that Catherine saw the apparently female figure stretched on the couch without the least suspicion. "Is that the maiden?" asked Rothsay in a voice naturally sweet, and now carefully modulated to a whispering tone. "Let her approach, Griselda, and kiss our hand." The supposed nurse led the trembling maiden forward to the side of the couch, and signed to her to kneel. Catherine did so, and kissed with much devotion and simplicity the gloved hand which the counterfeit duchess extended to her. "Be not afraid," said the same musical voice. "In me you only see a melancholy example of the vanity of human greatness. Happy those, my child, whose rank places them beneath the storms of state." While he spoke, he put his arms around her neck and drew her towards him, as if to salute her in a token of welcome. But the kiss was bestowed with an earnestness which so much overacted the part of the fair patroness, that Catherine, concluding the duchess had lost her senses, screamed aloud, "Peace, fool, it is I, David of Rothsay." Catherine looked around her. The nurse was gone, and the duke, tearing off his veil, she saw herself in the power of a daring young libertine. "Now be present with me, heaven," she said, "and thou wilt, if I forsake not myself." As this resolution darted through her mind, she repressed her disposition to scream, and, as far as she might, strove to conceal her fear. "Thy jest hath been played," she said, with as much firmness as she could assume. "May I entreat that your highness will now unhand me?" For he still kept hold of her arm. "Nay, my pretty captive, struggle not, why should you fear?" "I do not struggle, my lord, as you are pleased to detain me. I will not, by striving, provoke you to use me ill, and give pain to yourself, when you have time to think." "Why, thou traitress, thou hast held me captive for months," said the prince, "and wilt thou not let me hold thee for a moment?" "This were gallantry, my lord, were it in the streets of Perth, where I might listen or escape as I listed. It is tyranny here." "And if I did let thee go, whither wouldst thou fly?" said Rothsay. "The bridges are up, the portcullis down, and the men who follow me are strangely deaf to a peevish maiden's squalls. Be kind, therefore, and you shall know what it is to oblige a prince." "Unloose me then, my lord, and hear me appeal from thyself to thyself, from Rothsay to the Prince of Scotland. I am the daughter of an humble but honest citizen. I am, I may well nigh say, the spouse of a brave and honest man. If I have given your highness any encouragement for what you have done, it has been unintentional. Thus forewarned, I entreat you to forego your power over me, and suffer me to depart. Your highness can obtain nothing from me, save by means equally unworthy of knighthood or manhood." "You are bold, Catherine," said the prince, "but neither as a knight nor a man can I avoid accepting a defiance. I must teach you the risk of such challenges." While he spoke, he attempted to throw his arms again around her, but she eluded his grasp, and proceeded in the same tone of firm decision. "My strength, my lord, is as great to defend myself in an honorable strife as yours can be to assail me with a most dishonorable purpose. Do not shame yourself and me by putting it to the combat. You may stun me with blows, or you may call aid to overpower me, but otherwise you will fail of your purpose." "What a brute you would make me," said the prince. "The force I would use is no more than excuses women in yielding to their own weakness." He sat down in some emotion. "Then keep it," said Catherine, "for those women who desire such an excuse. My resistance is that of the most determined mind which love of honor and fear of shame ever inspired. Alas, my lord, could you succeed, you would but break every bond between me and life, between yourself and honor. I have been trained fraudulently here, by what decoys I know not. But were I to go dishonored hence, it would be to denounce the destroyer of my happiness to every quarter of Europe. I would take the palmer's staff in my hand, and wherever chivalry is honored, or the word Scotland has been heard, I would proclaim the heir of 100 kings, the son of the godly Robert Stuart, the heir of the heroic Bruce, a truthless, faithless man, unworthy of the crown he expects and of the spurs he wears. Every lady in wide Europe would hold your name too foul for her lips. Every worthy knight would hold you a baffled, forsworn caitiff, false to the first vow of arms, the protection of woman, and the defense of the feeble." Rothsay resumed his seat, and looked at her with a countenance in which resentment was mingled with admiration. "You forget to whom you speak, maiden. No, the distinction I have offered you is one for which hundreds whose trains you are born to bear would feel gratitude." "Once more, my lord," resumed Catherine, "keep these favors for those by whom they are prized, or rather reserve your time and your health for other and nobler pursuits, for the defense of your country and the happiness of your subjects. Alas, my lord, how willingly would an exulting people receive you for their chief! How gladly would they close around you, did you show desire to head them against the oppression of the mighty, the violence of the lawless, the seduction of the vicious, and the tyranny of the hypocrite." The Duke of Rothsay, whose virtuous feelings were as easily excited as they were evanescent, was affected by the enthusiasm with which she spoke. "Forgive me if I have alarmed you, maiden," he said. "Thou art too noble-minded to be the toy of passing pleasure, for which my mistake destined thee, and I, even were thy birth worthy of thy noble spirit and transcendent beauty, have no heart to give thee, for by the homage of the heart only should such as thou be wooed. But my hopes have been blighted, Catherine. The only woman I ever loved has been torn from me in the very wantonness of policy, and a wife imposed on me whom I must ever detest. Even had she the loveliness and softness which alone can render a woman amiable in my eyes. My health is fading even in early youth, and all that is left for me is to snatch such flowers as the short passage from life to the grave will now present. Look at my hectic cheek, feel, if you will, my intermitting pulse, and pity me and excuse me if I, whose rights as a prince and as a man have been trampled upon and usurped, feel occasional indifference towards the rights of others, and indulge a selfish desire to gratify the wish of the passing moment." "Oh, my lord!" exclaimed Catherine, with the enthusiasm which belonged to her character. "I will call you my dear lord, for dear must the heir of Bruce be to every child of Scotland. Let me not, I pray, hear you speak thus. Your glorious ancestor endured exile, persecution, the night of famine, and the day of unequal combat to free his country. Do you practice the like self-denial to free yourself? Tear yourself from those who find their own way to greatness, smoothed by feeding your follies. Distrust yon dark Romorny. You know it not, I am sure. You could not know. But the wretch who could urge the daughter to courses of shame by threatening the life of the aged father is capable of all that is vile, all that is treacherous." "Did Romorny do this?" said the prince. "He did indeed, my lord, and he dares not deny it." "It shall be looked to," answered the Duke of Rothsay. "I have ceased to love him, but he has suffered much for my sake, and I much see his services honorably requited." "His services! Oh, my lord, if chronicles speak true, such services brought Troy to ruins and gave the infidels possession of Spain." "Hush, maiden, speak within compass, I pray you," said the prince, rising up. "Our conference ends here." "Yet one word, my lord Duke of Rothsay," said Catherine, with animation, while her beautiful countenance resembled that of an admonitory angel. "I cannot tell what impels me to speak thus boldly, but the fire burns within me, and will break out. Leave this castle without an hour's delay. The air is unwholesome for you. Dismiss this Romorny before the day is 10 minutes older. His company is most dangerous." "What reason have you for saying this?" "None in especial," answered Catherine, abashed at her own eagerness. "None, perhaps, excepting my fears for your safety." To vague fears the heir of Bruce must not listen. "What ho! Who waits without?" Romorny entered, and bowed low to the Duke and to the maiden, whom, perhaps, he considered as likely to be preferred to the post of favourite sultana, and therefore entitled to a courteous obeisance. "Romorny," said the prince, "is there in the household any female of reputation who is fit to wait on this young woman till we can send her where she may desire to go?" "I fear," replied Romorny, "if it displease not your highness to hear the truth, your household is indifferently provided in that way, and that, to speak the very verity, the glee maiden is the most decorous amongst us." Let her wait upon this young person, then, since better may not be. And take patience, maiden, for a few hours. Catherine retired. So, my lord, part you so soon from the Fair Maid of Perth? This is indeed the very wantonness of victory. There is neither victory nor defeat in the case, returned the prince dryly. The girl loves me not, nor do I love her well enough to torment myself concerning her scruples. The chaste Malcolm the maiden revived in one of his descendants, said Romorny. Favour me, sir, by a truce to your wit, or by choosing a different subject for its career. It is noon, I believe, and you will oblige me by commanding them to serve up dinner. Romorny left the room, but Rothsay thought he discovered a smile upon his countenance, and to be the subject of this man's satire gave him no ordinary degree of pain. He summoned, however, the knight to his table, and even admitted Twining to the same honour. The conversation was of a lively and dissolute cast, a tone encouraged by the prince, as if designing to counterbalance the gravity of his morals in the morning, which Romorny, who was read in old chronicles, had the boldness to liken to the countenance of Scipio. The banquet, notwithstanding the duke's indifferent health, was protracted in idle wantonness far beyond the rules of temperance, and, whether owing simply to the strength of the wine which he drank, or the weakness of his constitution, or, as it is probable, because the last wine which he quaffed had been adulterated by Twining, it so happened that the prince, towards the end of the repast, fell into a lethargic sleep, from which it seemed impossible to rouse him. Sir John Romorny and Twining carried him to his chamber, accepting no other assistance than that of another person, whom we will afterwards give name to. Next morning it was announced that the prince was taken ill of an infectious disorder, and, to prevent its spreading through the household, no one was admitted to wait on him save his late master of horse, the physician Twining, and the domestic already mentioned, one of whom seemed always to remain in the apartment, while the others observed a degree of precaution respecting their intercourse with the rest of the family, so strict as to maintain the belief that he was dangerously ill of an infectious disorder. End of section 35. Recording by Campbell Shelp. Section 36 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 32, Part 1. In winter's tedious nights, sit by the fire, with good old folks, and let them tell thee tales of woeful ages long ago betid, and, ere thou bid good night to quit their grief, tell thou the lamentable fall of me. King Richard II, Act 5, Scene 1. Far different had been the fate of the misguided heir of Scotland from that which was publicly given out in the town of Falkland. His ambitious uncle had determined on his death, as the means of removing the first and most formidable barrier betwixt his own family and the throne. James, the younger son of the king, was a mere boy, who might at more leisure be easily set aside. Romorny's views of aggrandizement, and the resentment which he had latterly entertained against his masters, made him a willing agent in young Rothsay's destruction. Twining's love of gold, and his native malignity of disposition, rendered him equally forward. It had been resolved with the most calculating cruelty that all means which might leave behind marks of violence were to be carefully avoided, and the extinction of life suffered to take place of itself by privation of every kind acting upon a frail and impaired constitution. The Prince of Scotland was not to be murdered, as Romorny had expressed himself on another occasion. He was only to cease to exist. Rothsay's bedchamber in the Tower of Falkland was well adapted for the execution of such a horrible project. A small narrow staircase, scarce known to exist, opened from thence by a trapdoor to the subterranean dungeons of the castle, through a passage by which the feudal lord was wont to visit, in private and in disguise, the inhabitants of those miserable regions. By this staircase the villains conveyed the insensible prince to the lowest dungeon of the castle, so deep in the bowels of the earth, that no cries or groans, it was supposed, could possibly be heard, while the strength of its door and fastenings must for a long time have defied force, even if the entrance could have been discovered. Bonthrin, who had been saved from the gallows for the purpose, was the willing agent of Ramorny's unparalleled cruelty to his misled and betrayed patron. This wretch revisited the dungeon at the time when the prince's lethargy began to wear off, and when, awaking to sensation, he felt himself deadly cold, unable to move, and oppressed with fetters, which scarce permitted him to stir from the dank straw on which he was laid. His first idea was that he was in a fearful dream. His next brought a confused augury of the truth. He called, shouted, yelled, at length in frenzy, but no assistance came, and he was only answered by the vaulted roof of the dungeon. The agent of hell heard these agonizing screams, and deliberately reckoned them against the taunts and reproaches with which Rothsay had expressed his instinctive aversion to him. When, exhausted and hopeless, the unhappy youth remained silent, the savage resolved to present himself before the eyes of his prisoner. The locks were drawn, the chain fell, the prince raised himself as high as his fetters permitted. A red glare, against which he was fain to shut his eyes, streamed through the vault, and when he opened them again it was on the ghastly form of one whom he had reason to think dead. He sunk back in horror. "I am judged and condemned," he exclaimed, "and the most abhorred fiend in the infernal regions is sent to torment me." "I live, my lord," said Bonthrin, "and that you may live and enjoy life, be pleased to sit up and eat your victuals." "Free me from these irons," said the prince. "Release me from this dungeon. And, dog as thou art, thou shalt be the richest man in Scotland." "If you would give me the weight of your shackles in gold," said Bonthrin, "I would rather see the iron on you than have the treasure myself. But look up, you were wont to love delicate fare. Behold how I have catered for you." The wretch, with fiendish glee, unfolded a piece of rawhide covering the bundle which he bore under his arm, and, passing the light to and fro before it, showed the unhappy prince a bull's head recently hewn from the trunk, and known in Scotland as the certain signal of death. He placed it at the foot of the bed, or rather lair, on which the prince lay. "Be moderate in your food," he said. "It is like to be long ere thou getst another meal." "Tell me but one thing, wretch," said the prince. "Does Ramorny know of this practice?" "How else hadst thou been decoyed hither? Poor woodcock, thou art snared," answered the murderer. With these words, the door shut, the bolts resounded, and the unhappy prince was left to darkness, solitude, and misery. "Oh, my father, my prophetic father, the staff I leaned on has indeed proved a spear." We will not dwell on the subsequent hours, nay, days, of bodily agony and mental despair. But it was not the pleasure of heaven that so great a crime should be perpetrated with impunity. Catherine Glover and the Glee woman, neglected by the other inmates, who seemed to be engaged with the tidings of the prince's illness, were, however, refused permission to leave the castle until it should be seen how this alarming disease was to terminate, and whether it was actually an infectious sickness. Forced on each other's society, the two desolate women became companions, if not friends, and the union drew somewhat closer when Catherine discovered that this was the same female minstrel on whose account Henry Wynd had fallen under her displeasure. She now heard his complete vindication, and listened with ardor to the praises which Louise heaped on her gallant protector. On the other hand, the minstrel, who felt the superiority of Catherine's station and character, willingly dwelt upon a theme which seemed to please her, and recorded her gratitude to the stout smith in the little song of Bold and True, which was long a favourite in Scotland. "Oh, bold and true, in bonnet blue, that fear or falsehood never knew, whose heart was loyal to his word, whose hand was faithful to his sword. Seek Europe wide from sea to sea, but bonny blue cap still for me. I've seen Almain's proud champions prance, have seen the gallant knights of France, unrivaled with the sword and lance, have seen the sons of England true, wield the brown bill and bend the yew, search France the fair and England free, but bonny blue cap still for me. In short, though Louise's disreputable occupation would have been in other circumstances an objection to Catherine's voluntarily frequenting her company, yet, forced together as they now were, she found her a humble and accommodating companion. They lived in this manner for 4 or 5 days, and, in order to avoid as much as possible the gaze, and perhaps the incivility, of the menials in the offices, they prepared their food in their own apartment. In the absolutely necessary intercourse with domestics, Louise, more accustomed to expedients, bolder by habit, and desirous to please Catherine, willingly took on herself the trouble of getting from the pantler the materials of their slender meal, and of arranging it with the dexterity of her country. The glee woman had been abroad for this purpose upon the 6th day, a little before noon, and the desire of fresh air, or the hope to find some salad or pot herbs, or at least an early flower or two, with which to deck their board, had carried her into the small garden appertaining to the castle. She re-entered her apartment in the tower with a countenance pale as ashes, and a frame which trembled like an aspen leaf. Her terror instantly extended itself to Catherine, who could hardly find words to ask what new misfortune had occurred. "Is the Duke of Rothsay dead?" "Worse, they are starving him alive." "Madness, woman!" "No, no, no, no," said Louise, speaking under her breath, and huddling her words so thick upon each other that Catherine could hardly catch the sense. "I was seeking for flowers to dress your pottage, because you said you loved them yesterday. My poor little dog, thrusting himself into a thicket of yew and holly bushes that grew out of some old ruins close to the castle wall, came back whining and howling. I crept forward to see what might be the cause, and oh, I heard a groaning as of one in extreme pain, but so faint that it seemed to arise out of the very depth of the earth. At length I found it proceeded from a small rent in the wall, covered with ivy, and when I laid my ear close to the opening, I could hear the prince's voice distinctly say, 'It cannot now last long,' and then it sunk away in something like a prayer." "Gracious heaven, did you speak to him?" "I said, 'Is it you, my lord?' And the answer was, 'Who mocks me with that title?' I asked him if I could help him, and he answered with a voice I shall never forget, 'Food, food, I die of famine.' So I came hither to tell you. What is to be done? Shall we alarm the house?" "Alas, that were more likely to destroy than to aid," said Catherine. "And what then shall we do?" said Louise. "I know not yet," said Catherine, prompt and bold on occasions of moment, though yielding to her companion in ingenuity of resource on ordinary occasions. "I know not yet, but something we will do. The blood of Bruce shall not die unaided." So saying, she seized the small cruse which contained their soup, and the meat of which it was made, wrapped some thin cakes which she had baked into the fold of her plaid, and, beckoning her companion to follow with a vessel of milk, also part of their provisions, she hastened towards the garden. "So our fair Vestal is stirring abroad," said the only man she met, who was one of the menials, but Catherine passed on without notice or reply, and gained the little garden without farther interruption. Louise indicated her to a heap of runes, which, covered with underwood, was close to the castle wall. It had probably been originally a projection from the building, and the small fissure, which communicated with the dungeon, contrived for air, had terminated within it. But the aperture had been a little enlarged by decay, and admitted a dim ray of light to its recesses, although it could not be observed by those who visited the place with torchlight aids. "Here is dead silence," said Catherine after she had listened attentively for a moment. "Heaven and earth, he is gone!" "We must risk something," said her companion, and ran her fingers over the strings of her guitar. A sigh was the only answer from the depth of the dungeon. Catherine then ventured to speak. I am here, my lord. I am here, with food and drink. Ha! Ramorny, the jest comes too late. I am dying, was the answer. His brain is turned, and no wonder, thought Catherine. But whilst there is life, there may be hope. It is I, my lord, Catherine Glover. I have food, if I could pass it safely to you. Heaven bless thee, maiden. I thought the pain was over, but it glows again within me at the name of food. The food is here, but how can I pass it to you? The chink is so narrow, the wall is so thick. Yet there is a remedy. I have it. Quick, Louise, cut me a willow bough, the tallest you can find. The Glee maiden obeyed, and, by means of a cleft in the top of the wand, Catherine transmitted several morsels of the soft cakes, soaked in broth, which served at once for food and for drink. The unfortunate young man ate little, and with difficulty, but prayed for 1,000 blessings on the head of his comforter. I had destined thee to be the slave of my vices, he said, and yet thou triest to become the preserver of my life. But away and save thyself. I will return with food as I shall see opportunity, said Catherine, just as the Glee maiden plucked her sleeve and desired her to be silent and stand close. Both crouched among the runes, and they heard the voices of Ramorny and the mediciner in close conversation. He is stronger than I thought, said the former, in a low, croaking tone. How long held out Dalwalsey, when the Knight of Liddesdale prisoned him in his castle of Hermitage? For a fortnight, answered Twining, but he was a strong man, and had some assistance by grain which fell from a granary above his prison house. Were it not better end the matter more speedily? The Black Douglas comes this way. He is not in Albany's secret. He will demand to see the prince, and all must be over ere he comes. They passed on in their dark and fatal conversation. Now gain we the tower, said Catherine to her companion, when she saw they had left the garden. I had a plan of escape for myself. I will turn it into one of rescue for the prince. The day woman enters the castle about vesper time, and usually leaves her cloak in the passage as she goes into the pantler's office with the milk. Take thou the cloak, muffle thyself close, and pass the warder boldly. He is usually drunken at that hour, and thou wilt go as the day woman unchallenged through the gate and along bridge, if thou bear thyself with confidence. Then away to meet the Black Douglas. He is our nearest and only aid. But, said Louise, is he not that terrible lord who threatened me with shame and punishment? Believe it, said Catherine, such as thou, or I never dwelt an hour in the Douglas's memory, either for good or evil. Tell him that his son-in-law, the Prince of Scotland, dies, treacherously famished, in Falkland Castle, and thou wilt merit not pardon only, but reward. I care not for reward, said Louise. The deed will reward itself, but methinks to stay is more dangerous than to go. Let me stay then, and nourish the unhappy prince, and do you depart to bring help. If they kill me before you return, I leave you my poor lute, and pray you to be kind to my poor Charlotte. No, Louise, replied Catherine, you are a more privileged and experienced wanderer than I. Do you go, and if you find me dead on your return, as may well chance, give my poor father this ring and a lock of my hair, and say, Catherine died in endeavouring to save the blood of Bruce. And give this other lock to Henry. Say, Catherine thought of him to the last, and that, if he has judged her too scrupulous touching the blood of others, he will then know it was not because she valued her own. They sobbed in each other's arms, and the intervening hours till evenings were spent in endeavouring to devise some better mode of supplying the captive with nourishment, and in the construction of a tube, composed of hollow reeds, slipping into each other, by which liquids might be conveyed to him. The bell of the village church of Falkland tolled to vespers. The day, or farm woman, entered with her pitchers to deliver the milk for the family, and to hear and tell the news stirring. She had scarcely entered the kitchen when the female minstrel, again throwing herself in Catherine's arms, and assuring her of her unalterable fidelity, crept in silence downstairs, the little dog under her arm. A moment after, she was seen by the breathless Catherine, wrapped in the day woman's cloak, and walking composedly across the drawbridge. "So," said the warder, "you return early tonight, May Bridget? Small mirth towards in the hall. Ha, wench! Sick times are sad times." "I have forgotten my tallies," said the ready-witted Frenchwoman, "and will return in the skimming of a bowie." She went onward, avoiding the village of Falkland, and took a footpath which led through the park. Catherine breathed freely, and blessed God when she saw her lost in the distance. It was another anxious hour for Catherine which occurred before the escape of the fugitive was discovered. This happened so soon as the day girl, having taken an hour to perform a task which 10 minutes might have accomplished, was about to return, and discovered that someone had taken away her grey frieze cloak. A strict search was set on foot. At length the woman of the house remembered the Glee maiden, and ventured to suggest her as one not unlikely to exchange an old cloak for a new one. The warder, strictly questioned, averred he saw the day woman depart immediately after vespers, and on this being contradicted by the party herself, he could suggest, as the only alternative, that it must needs have been the devil. As, however, the Glee woman could not be found, the real circumstances of the case were easily guessed at, and the steward went to inform Sir John Ramorny and Twining, who were now scarcely ever separate, of the escape of one of their female captives. Everything awakens the suspicions of the guilty. They looked on each other with faces of dismay, and then went together to the humble apartment of Catherine, that they might take her as much as possible by surprise while they inquired into the facts attending Louise's disappearance. "Where is your companion, young woman?" said Ramorny, in a tone of austere gravity. "I have no companion here," answered Catherine. "Trifle not," replied the knight. "I mean the Glee maiden, who lately dwelt in this chamber with you." "She is gone, they tell me," said Catherine. "Gone about an hour since." "And whither?" said Twining. "How," answered Catherine, "should I know which way a professed wanderer may choose to travel? She was tired, no doubt, of a solitary life, so different from the scenes of feasting and dancing which her trade leads her to frequent. She is gone, and the only wonder is that she should have stayed so long." "This, then," said Ramorny, "is all you have to tell us." "All that I have to tell you, Sir John," answered Catherine firmly, "and if the prince himself inquire, I can tell him no more." "There is little danger of his again doing you the honour to speak to you in person," said Ramorny, "even if Scotland should escape being rendered miserable by the sad event of his decease." "Is the Duke of Rothsay so very ill?" asked Catherine. "No help, save in heaven," answered Ramorny, looking upward. "Then may there yet be help there," said Catherine, "if human aid prove unavailing." "Amen," said Ramorny with the most determined gravity, while Twining adopted a face fit to echo the feeling, though it seemed to cost him a painful struggle to suppress his sneering yet soft laugh of triumph, which was peculiarly excited by anything having a religious tendency. "And it is men, earthly men, and not incarnate devils, who thus appeal to heaven, while they are devouring by inches the life-blood of their hapless master," muttered Catherine, as her two baffled inquisitors left the apartment. "Why sleeps the thunder? But it will roll ere long, and oh, may it be to preserve as well as to punish!" End of section 36. Recording by Campbell Shelp. Section 37 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Campbell Shelp. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 32, Part 2. The hour of dinner alone afforded a space when, all in the castle being occupied with that meal, Catherine thought she had the best opportunity of venturing to the breach in the wall, with the least chance of being observed. In waiting for the hour, she observed some stir in the castle, which had been silent as the grave ever since the seclusion of the Duke of Rothsay. The portcullis was lowered and raised, and the creaking of the machinery was intermingled with the tramp of horse, as men-at-arms went out and returned with steeds hard-ridden and covered with foam. She observed, too, that such domestics as she casually saw from her window were in arms. All this made her heart throb high, for it augured the approach of rescue, and besides, the bustle left the little garden more lonely than ever. At length the hour of noon arrived. She had taken care to provide, under pretense of her own wishes, which the pantler seemed disposed to indulge, such articles of food as could be the most easily conveyed to the unhappy captive. She whispered to intimate her presence. There was no answer. She spoke louder. Still there was silence. "He sleeps." She muttered these words half aloud, and with a shuddering which was succeeded by a start and a scream, when a voice replied behind her. "Yes, he sleeps, but it is forever." She looked round. Sir John Ramorny stood behind her in complete armour, but the visor of his helmet was up, and displayed a countenance more resembling one about to die than to fight. He spoke with a grave tone, something between that of a calm observer of an interesting event and of one who is an agent and partaker in it. "Catherine," he said, "all is true which I tell you. He is dead. You have done your best for him. You can do no more." "I will not, I cannot believe it," said Catherine. "Heaven be merciful to me. It would make one doubt of Providence to think so great a crime has been accomplished." "Doubt not of Providence, Catherine, though it has suffered the profligate to fall by his own devices. Follow me. I have that to say which concerns you. I say follow," for she hesitated, "unless you prefer being left to the mercies of the brute Bonthrin and the mediciner Henbane Dwining." "I will follow you," said Catherine. "You cannot do more to me than you are permitted." He led the way into the tower, and mounted staircase after staircase and ladder after ladder. Catherine's resolution failed her. "I will follow no farther," she said. "Whither would you lead me? If to my death I can die here." "Only to the battlements of the castle, fool," said Ramorny, throwing wide a barred door which opened upon the vaulted roof of the castle, where men were bending mangonels, as they called them, military engines, that is, for throwing arrows or stones, getting ready crossbows, and piling stones together. But the defenders did not exceed 20 in number, and Catherine thought she could observe doubt and irresolution amongst them. "Catherine," said Ramorny, "I must not quit this station, which is necessary for my defense, but I can speak with you here as well as elsewhere." "Say on," answered Catherine. "I am prepared to hear you." "You have thrust yourself, Catherine, into a bloody secret. Have you the firmness to keep it?" "I do not understand you, Sir John," answered the maiden. "Look you, I have slain, murdered, if you will, my late master, the Duke of Rothsay. The spark of life which your kindness would have fed was easily smothered. His last words called on his father. You are faint, bear up, you have more to hear. You know the crime, but you know not the provocation. See, this gauntlet is empty. I lost my right hand in his cause, and when I was no longer fit to serve him, I was cast off like a worn-out hound, my loss ridiculed, and a cloister recommended, instead of the halls and palaces in which I had my natural sphere. Think on this, pity and assist me." "In what manner can you require my assistance?" said the trembling maiden. "I can neither repair your loss nor cancel your crime." "Thou canst be silent, Catherine, on what thou hast seen and heard in yonder thicket. It is but a brief oblivion I ask of you, whose word will, I know, be listened to, whether you say such things were or were not. That of your mountebank companion, the foreigner, none will hold to be of a pinpoint value. If you grant me this, I will take your promise for my security, and throw the gate open to those who now approach it. If you will not promise silence, I defend this castle till everyone perishes, and I fling you headlong from these battlements. Aye, look at them, It is not a leap to be rashly braved. 7 courses of stairs brought you up hither with fatigue and shortened breath, but you shall go from the top to the bottom in briefer time than you can breathe a sigh. Speak the word, fair maid, for you speak to one unwilling to harm you, but determined in his purpose." Catherine stood terrified, and without power of answering a man who seemed so desperate, but she was saved the necessity of reply by the approach of Dwining. He spoke with the same humble conges which at all times distinguished his manner, and with his usual suppressed ironical sneer, which gave that manner the lie. "I do you wrong, noble sir, to intrude on your valiancy when engaged with the fair damsel, but I come to ask a trifling question." "Speak, tormentor," said Romorny. "Ill news are sport to thee even when they affect thyself, so that they concern others also." "Hem! Hee hee! I only desired to know if your knighthood proposed the chivalrous task of defending the castle with your single hand. I crave pardon, I meant your single arm. The question is worth asking, for I am good for little to aid the defense, unless you could prevail on the besiegers to take physic." "Hee hee hee! And Brontherin is as drunk as ale, and strong waters can make him, and you, he, and I make up the whole garrison who are disposed for resistance." "How, will the other dogs not fight?" said Romorny. "Never saw men who showed less stomach to the work," answered Dwining. "Never, but here come a brace of them. Venit extrema dies. Hee hee hee!" Eviat and his companion Buncle now approached, with sullen resolution in their faces, like men who had made their minds up to resist that authority which they had so long obeyed. "How now?" said Romorny, stepping forward to meet them. "Wherefore from your posts? Why have you left the barbican, Eviat? And you, other fellow, did I not charge you to look to the mangonels?"
"We have something to tell you, Sir John Romorny," answered Eviat. "We will not fight in this quarrel."
"How? My own squires control me?" exclaimed Romorny.
"We were your squires and pages, my lord, while you were master of the Duke of Rothesay's household. It is bruited about the Duke no longer lives. We desire to know the truth."
"What traitor dares spread such falsehoods?" said Romorny.
"All who have gone out to skirt the forest, my lord, and I myself among others, bring back the same news. The minstrel woman who left the castle yesterday has spread the report everywhere that the Duke of Rothesay is murdered, or at death's door. The Douglas comes on us with a strong force."
"And you, cowards, take advantage of an idle report to forsake your master?" said Romorny indignantly.
"My lord," said Eviat, "let Buncle and myself see the Duke of Rothesay, and receive his personal orders for defense of this castle. And if we do not fight to the death in that quarrel, I will consent to be hanged on its highest turret. But if he be gone by natural disease, we will yield up the castle to the Earl of Douglas, who is, they say, the king's lieutenant. Or if, which heaven forfend, the noble prince has had foul play, we will not involve ourselves in the guilt of using arms in defense of the murderers, be they who they will."
"Eviat," said Romorny, raising his mutilated arm, "had not that glove been empty, thou hadst not lived to utter 2 words of this insolence."
"It is as it is," answered Eviat, "and we do but our duty. I have followed you long, my lord, but here I draw bridle."
"Farewell, then, and a curse light on all of you!" exclaimed the incensed baron. "Let my horse be brought forth."
"Our valiancy is about to run away,"
said the mediciner, who had crept close to Catherine's side before she was aware.
"Catherine, thou art a superstitious fool, like most women. Nevertheless, thou hast some mind, and I speak to thee as one of more understanding than the buffaloes which are herding about us. These haughty barons who overstride the world, what are they in the day of adversary? Chaff before the wind! Let their sledge-hammer hands or their column-resembling legs have injury, and bah! The men-at-arms are gone. Heart and courage is nothing to them. Lith and limb everything. Give them animal strength. What are they better than furious bulls? Take that away, and your hero of chivalry lies groveling like the brute when he is hamstrung. Not so the sage. While a grain of sense remains in a crushed or mutilated frame, his mind shall be strong as ever. Catherine, this morning I was practicing your death, but methinks I now rejoice that you may survive to tell how the poor mediciner, the pill glider, the mortar pounder, the poison vendor, met his fate, in company with the gallant Knight of Romorny, Baron in possession and Earl of Lindores in expectation. God save his lordship. Old man, said Catherine, if thou be indeed so near the day of thy deserved doom, other thoughts were far wholesomer than the vainglorious ravings of a vain philosophy. Ask to see a holy man? Yes, said Twining scornfully. Refer myself to a greasy monk, who does not, understand the barbarous Latin he repeats by rote. Such would be a fitting counselor to one who has studied both in Spain and Arabia. No, Catherine, I will choose a confessor that is pleasant to look upon, and you shall be honored with the office. Now look yonder at his valiancy. His eyebrow drops with moisture, his lip trembles with agony, for his valiancy, is pleading for his life with his late domestics, and has not eloquence enough to persuade them to let him slip. See how the fibers of his face work as he implores the ungrateful brutes, whom he has heaped with obligations, to permit him to get such a start for his life as the hare has from the greyhounds when men course her fairly. Look also at the sullen, downcast, dogged faces with which, fluctuating between fear and shame, the domestic traitors deny their lord this poor chance for his life. These things thought themselves the superior of a man like me, and you, foolish wench, think so meanly of your deity as to suppose wretches like them are the work of omnipotence. No, man of evil, no, said Catherine warmly. The God I worship created these men with the attributes to know and adore him, to guard and defend their fellow creatures, to practice holiness and virtue. Their own vices, and the temptations of the evil one, have made them such as they now are. Oh, take the lesson home to thine own heart of adamant. Heaven made thee wiser than thy fellows, gave thee eyes to look into the secrets of nature, a sagacious heart and a skillful hand, but thy pride has poisoned all these fair gifts, and made an ungodly atheist of one who might have been a Christian sage. Atheist, sayest thou? Answered Twining. Perhaps I have doubts on that matter, but they will soon be solved. Yonder comes one who will send me, as he has done thousands, to the place where all mystery shall be cleared. Catherine followed the mediciner's eye up one of the forest glades, and beheld it occupied by a body of horsemen advancing at full gallop. In the midst was a pennon displayed, which, though its bearings were not visible to Catherine, was, by a murmur around, acknowledged as that of the Black Douglas. They halted within arrow-shot of the castle, and a herald with 2 trumpets advanced up to the main portal, where, after a loud flourish, he demanded admittance for the high and dreaded Archibald Earl of Douglas, Lord Lieutenant of the King, and acting for the time with the plenary authority of his Majesty, commanding at the same time that the inmates of the castle should lay down their arms, all under penalty of high treason. "You hear?" said Edviot to Romorny, who stood sullen and undecided. "Will you give orders to render the castle, or must I?" "No, villain," interrupted the knight. "To the last I will command you. Open the gates, drop the bridge, and render the castle to the Douglas." "Now, that's what may be called a gallant exertion of free will," said Twining. "Just as if the pieces of brass that were screaming a minute since should pretend to call those notes their own which are breathed through them by a frowsy trumpeter." "Wretched man," said Catherine, "either be silent or turn thy thoughts to the eternity on the brink of which thou art standing." "And what is that to thee?" answered Twining. "Thou canst not, wench, help hearing what I say to thee, and thou wilt tell it again, for thy sex cannot help that either. Perth and all Scotland shall know what a man they have lost in Henbane, Twining." The clash of armor now announced that the newcomers had dismounted and entered the castle, and were in the act of disarming the small garrison. Earl Douglas himself appeared on the battlements, with a few of his followers, and signed to them to take Romorny and Twining into custody. Others dragged from some nook the stupefied Bonthrin. It was to these three that the custody of the prince was solely committed during his alleged illness, said the Douglas, prosecuting an inquiry which he had commenced in the hall of the castle. No other saw him, my lord, said Eviat, though I offered my services. Conduct us to the duke's apartment, and bring the prisoners with us. Also, should there be a female in the castle, if she hath not been murdered or spirited away, the companion of the Glee Maiden who brought the first alarm. She is here, my lord, said Eviat, bringing Catherine forward. Her beauty and her agitation made some impression even upon the impassible earl. Fear nothing, maiden, he said. Thou hast deserved both praise and reward. Tell to me, as thou wouldst confess to heaven, the things thou hast witnessed in this castle. Few words served Catherine to unfold the dreadful story. It agrees, said the Douglas, with the tale of the Glee Maiden from point to point. Now show us the prince's apartment. They passed to the room which the unhappy Duke of Rothsay had been supposed to inhabit, but the key was not to be found, and the earl could only obtain entrance by forcing the door. On entering, the wasted and squalid remains of the unhappy prince were discovered, flung on the bed as if in haste. The intention of the murderers had apparently been to arrange the dead body so as to resemble a timely parted corpse, but they had been disconcerted by the alarm occasioned by the escape of Louise. Douglas looked on the body of the misguided youth, whose wild passions and caprices had brought him to this fatal and premature catastrophe. I had wrongs to be redressed, he said, but to see a sight as this banishes all remembrance of injury. He, it should have been arranged, said Twining, more to your omnipotence's pleasure, but you came suddenly on us, and hasty masters make slovenly service. Douglas seemed not to hear what his prisoner said. So closely did he examine the wan and wasted features and stiffened limbs of the dead body before him. Catherine, overcome by sickness and fainting, at length obtained permission to retire from the dreadful scene, and, through confusion of every description, found her way to her former apartment, where she was locked in the arms of Louise, who had returned in the interval. The investigations of Douglas proceeded. The dying hand of the prince was found to be clenched upon a lock of hair, resembling, in color and texture, the coal-black bristles of Bonthrin. Thus, though famine had begun the work, it would seem that Rothsay's death had finally been accomplished by violence. The private stair to the dungeon, the keys of which were found at the subaltern assassin's belt, the situation of the vault, its communication with the external air by the fissure in the walls, and the wretched lair of straw, with the fetters which remained there, fully confirmed the story of Catherine and the Glee woman. We will not hesitate an instant, said the Douglas to his near kinsman, the Lord Balvenie, as soon as they returned from the dungeon. Away with the murderers! Hang them over the battlements! But, my lord, some trial may be fitting, answered Balvenie. To what purpose? Answered Douglas. I have taken them red hand. My authority will stretch to instant execution. Yet stay. Have we not some Jedwood men in our troop? Plenty of Turnbulls, Rutherfords, Ainsleys, and so forth, said Balvenie. Call me an inquest of these together. They are all good men and true, saving a little shifting for their living. Do you see to the execution of these felons, while I hold a court in the great hall, and will try whether the jury or the provost marshal do their work first. We will have Jedwood justice. Hang in haste, and try at leisure. Yet stay, my lord, said Ramorny. You may rue your haste. Will you grant me a word out of earshot? Not for worlds, said Douglas. Speak out what thou hast to say before all that here are present. Know all, then, said Ramorny aloud, that this noble earl had letters from the Duke of Albany and myself, sent him by the hand of yon cowardly deserter, Bunkle, let him deny it if he dare, counselling the removal of the Duke for a space from court, and his seclusion in this castle of Falkland. But not a word, replied Douglas, sternly smiling, of his being flung into a dungeon, famished, strangled. Away with the wretches, Balvenie, they pollute God's air too long. The prisoners were dragged off to the battlements, but while the means of execution were in the act of being prepared, The apothecary expressed so ardent a desire to see Catherine once more, and, as he said, for the good of his soul, that the maiden, in hopes of obduracy, might have undergone some change even at the last hour, consented again to go to the battlements and face a scene which her heart recoiled from. A single glance showed her Bonthron, sunk in total and drunken insensibility, Ramorny stripped of his armor, endeavoring in vain to conceal fear, while he spoke with a priest whose good offices he had solicited, and Dwining, the same humble, obsequious-looking, crouching individual she had always known him. He held in his hand a little silver pen, with which he had been writing on a scrap of parchment. "Catherine," he said, "he, I wish to speak to thee on the nature of my religious faith." "If such be thy intention, why lose time with me? Speak with this good father." "The good father," said Dwining, "is, he, already a worshipper of the deity whom I have served. I therefore prefer to give the altar of mine idol a new worshipper in thee, Catherine. This scrap of parchment will tell thee how to make your way into my chapel, where I have worshipped so often in safety. I leave the images which it contains to thee as a legacy, simply because I hate and contemn thee something less than any of the absurd wretches whom I have hitherto been obliged to call fellow creatures. And now away, or remain and see if the end of the quacksalver belies his life." "Our Lady forbid," said Catherine. "Nay," said the mediciner, "I have but a single word to say, and yonder nobleman's valiancy may hear it if he will." Lord Balvenie approached with some curiosity, for the undaunted resolution of a man who never wielded sword or bore armor and was in person a poor dwindled dwarf had to him an air of something resembling sorcery. "You see this trifling implement," said the criminal, showing the silver pen. "By means of this I can escape the power even of the Black Douglas." "Give him no ink nor paper," said Balvenie hastily. "He will draw a spell." "Not so, please your wisdom and valiancy. He, said Dwining with his usual chuckle, as he unscrewed the top of the pen, within which was a piece of sponge or some such substance, no bigger than a pea. "Now mark this," said the prisoner, and drew it between his lips. The effect was instantaneous. He lay a dead corpse before them, the contemptuous sneer still on his countenance. Catherine shrieked and fled, seeking, by a hasty descent, an escape from a sight so appalling. Lord Balvenie was for a moment stupefied, and then exclaimed, "This may be a glamour! Hang him over the battlements, quick or dead. If his foul spirit hath only withdrawn for a space, it shall return to a body with a dislocated neck." His commands were obeyed. Ramorny and Bonthron were then ordered for execution. The last was hanged before he seemed quite to comprehend what was designed to be done with him. Ramorny, pale as death, yet with the same spirit of pride which had occasioned his ruin, pleaded his knighthood and demanded the privilege of dying by decapitation by the sword, and not by the noose. "The Douglas never alters his doom," said Balvenie, "but thou shalt have all thy rights. Send the cook hither with a cleaver." The menial whom he called appeared at his summons. "What shakest thou for, fellow?" said Balvenie. "Here, strike me this man's gilt spurs from his heels with thy cleaver. And now, John Ramorny, thou art no longer a knight, but a knave. To the halter with him, provost marshal, hang him betwixt his companions, and higher than them if it may be." In a quarter of an hour afterwards, Balvenie descended to tell the Douglas that the criminals were executed. "Then there is no further use in the trial," said the Earl. "How say you, good men of inquest? Were these men guilty of high treason, aye or no?" "Guilty!" exclaimed the obsequious inquest, with edifying unanimity. "We need no farther evidence." "Sound trumpets, and to horse then, with our own train only, and let each man keep silence on what has chanced here, until the proceedings shall be laid before the king, which cannot conveniently be till the battle of Palm Sunday shall be fought and ended. Select our attendants, and tell each man who either goes with us or remains behind that he who prates dies." In a few minutes the Douglas was on horseback, with the followers selected to attend his person. Expresses were sent to his daughter, the widowed Duchess of Rothsay, directing her to take her course to Perth, by the shores of Loch Leven, without approaching Falkland, and committing to her charge Catherine Glover and the glee woman, as persons whose safety he tendered. As they rode through the forest, they looked back, and beheld the 3 bodies hanging, like specks darkening the walls of the old castle. "The hand is punished," said Douglas, "but who shall arraign the head by whose direction the act was done?" "You mean the Duke of Albany?" said Balvenie. "I do, kinsman, and were I to listen to the dictates of my heart, I would charge him with the deed, which I am certain he has authorized. But there is no proof of it beyond strong suspicion, and Albany has attached to himself the numerous friends of the House of Stuart, to whom, indeed, the imbecility of the king and the ill-regulated habits of Rothsay left no other choice of a leader. Were I, therefore, to break the bond which I have so lately formed with Albany, the consequence must be civil war, an event ruinous to poor Scotland while threatened by invasion from the activity of the Percy, backed by the treachery of March. No, Balvenie, the punishment of Albany must rest with heaven, which, in its own good time, will execute judgment on him and on his house." End of section 37. Recording by Campbell Shelp.
Section 38 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 33. The hour is nigh, now hearts beat high, each sword is sharpened well, and who dares die, who stoops to fly, tomorrow's light shall tell. Sir Edwald. We are now to recall to our reader's recollection that Simon Glover and his fair daughter had been hurried from the residence without having time to announce to Henry Smith either their departure or the alarming cause of it. When, therefore, the lover appeared in Curfew Street on the morning of their flight, instead of the hearty welcome of the honest burgher, and the April reception, half joy, half censure, which he had been promised on the part of his lovely daughter, he received only the astounding intelligence that her father and she had set off early on the summons of a stranger, who had kept himself carefully muffled from observation. To this, Dorothy, whose talents for forestalling evil and communicating her views of it are known to the reader, chose to add that she had no doubt her master and young mistress were bound for the Highlands, to avoid a visit which had been made since their departure by 2 or 3 apparitors, who, in the name of a commission appointed by the king, had searched the house, put seals upon such places as were supposed to contain papers, and left citations for father and daughter to appear before the court of commission on a day certain, under pain of outlawry. All these alarming particulars Dorothy took care to state in the gloomiest colours, and the only consolation which she afforded the alarmed lover was, that her master had charged her to tell him to reside quietly at Perth, and that he should soon hear news of them. This checked the Smiths' first resolve, which was to follow them instantly to the Highlands, and partake the fate which they might encounter. But when he recollected his repeated feuds with divers of the clan Cahill, and particularly his personal quarrel with Conachar, who was now raised to be a high chief, he could not but think, on reflection, that his intrusion of their place of retirement was more likely to disturb the safety which they might otherwise enjoy, than be of any service to them. He was well acquainted with Simon's habitual intimacy with the chief of the clan Cahill, and justly augured that the Glover would obtain protection, which his own arrival might be likely to disturb, while his personal prowess could little avail him in a quarrel with a whole tribe of vindictive mountaineers. At the same time his heart throbbed with indignation when a thought of Catherine being within the absolute power of young Connacher, whose rivalry he could not doubt, and who had now so many means of urging his suit. What if the young chief should make the safety of their father depend on the favour of the daughter? He distrusted not Catherine's affections, but then her mode of thinking was so disinterested, and her attachment to her father so tender, that if the love she bore her suitor was weighted against his security, perhaps his life, it was matter of deep and awful doubt whether it might not be found laid in the balance. Tormented by thoughts on which we need not dwell, he resolved nevertheless to remain at home, stifle his anxiety as he might, and wait the promised intelligence from the old man. It came, but it did not relieve his concern. Sir Patrick Charteris had not forgotten his promise to communicate to the smith and the plans of the fugitives, but amid the bustle occasioned by the movement of troops, he could not himself convey the intelligence. He therefore entrusted to his agent, Kit Henshaw, the task of making it known. But this worthy person, as the reader knows, was in the interest of Ramorny, whose business it was to conceal from every one, but especially from a lover so active and daring as Henry, the real place of Catherine's residence. Henshaw therefore announced to the anxious smith that his friend the glover was secure in the Highlands; and though he affected to be more reserved on the subject of Catherine, he said little to contradict the belief that she, as well as Simon, shared the protection of the clan Cahill, but he reiterated, in the name of Sir Patrick, assurances that father and daughter were both well, and that Henry would best consult his own interest and their safety by remaining quiet and awaiting the course of events. With an agonized heart, therefore, Henry Gow determined to remain quiet till he had more certain intelligence, and employed himself in finishing a shirt of mail, which he intended should be the best tempered and the most finely polished that his skilful hands had ever executed. This exercise of his craft pleased him better than any other occupation which could have adopted, and served as an apology for secluding himself in his workshop and shunning society, where the ideal reports which were daily circulated served only to perplex and disturb him. He resolved his trust in the warm regard of Simon, the faith of his daughter, and the friendship of the provost, who, having so highly commended his valour in the combat with Bonthron, would never, he thought, desert him at this extremity of his fortune. Time, however, passed on day by day, and it was not till Palm Sunday was near approaching that Sir Patrick Charteris, having entered the city to make some arrangements for the ensuing combat, bethought himself of making a visit to the smith of the Wind. He entered his workshop with an air of sympathy unusual to him, which made Henry instantly augur that he brought bad news. The smith caught the alarm, and the uplifted hammer was arrested in its descent upon the heated iron, while the agitated arm that weighed it, strung before as that of a giant, became so powerless that it was with difficulty Henry was able to place the weapon on the ground, instead of dropping it from his hand. "My poor Henry," said Sir Patrick, "I beg you but cold news. They are uncertain, however, if true, they are such as a brave man like you should not take too deeply to heart." "In God's name, my lord," said Henry, "I trust you bring no evil news of Simon Glover or his daughter." "Touching themselves," said Sir Patrick, "no, they are safe and well. But as to thee, Henry, my tidings are more cold. Kit Henshaw has, I think, apprized thee that I had endeavoured to provide Catherine Glover with a safe protection in the house of an honourable lady, the Duchess of Rothsay, but she hath declined the charge, and Catherine hath been sent to her father in the Highlands. What is worst is to come. Thou mayest have heard that Gilchrist Macklin is dead, and that his son Echen, who was known in Perth as the apprentice of old Simon by the name of Connacher, is now the chief of Clan Quahill. And I heard from one of my domestics that there is a strong rumour among the Malhaklins that the young chief seeks the hand of Catherine in marriage. My domestic learned this as a secret, however, while in Breadalbane country on some arrangements touching the ensuing combat. The thing is uncertain, but, Henry, it wears a face of likelihood. Did your lordship's servant see Simon Glover and his daughter? Said Henry, struggling for breath and coughing to conceal from the provost the excess of his agitation. He did not send it, said Sir Patrick. The Highlanders seemed jealous, and refused to permit him to speak to the old man, and he feared to alarm them by asking to see Catherine. Besides, he talks no Gaelic, nor had his informer much English, so there may be some mistake in the matter. Nevertheless, there is such a report, and I thought it best to tell it you. But you may be well assured that the wedding cannot go on till the affair of Palm Sunday be over, and advise you to take no step till we learn the circumstances of the matter, for certainty is most desirable even when it is painful. Go you to the council house, he added after a pause, to speak about the preparations for the lists in the North Inch. You will be welcome there. No, my good lord. Well, Smith, I judge by your brief answer that you are discomposed with this matter, but after all, women are weathercocks. That is the truth on't. Solomon and others have proved it before. And so Sir Patrick Charitus retired, fully convinced he had discharged the office of a comforter in the most satisfactory manner. With very different impressions did the unfortunate lover regard the tidings and listen to the consoling commentary. The provost, he said bitterly to himself, is an excellent man, Mary. He holds his knighthood so high that if he speaks nonsense, poor men must hold it sense, as he must praise dead ale if it be handed to him in his lordship's silver flagon. How would all this sound in another situation? Suppose I were rolling down the steep descent of the Kirrichi Dhu, and before I came to the edge of the rock comes my lord provost, and cries, Henry, there is a deep precipice, and I grieve to say you are in fair way of rolling over it. Be not downcast, for heaven may send a stone or a bush to stop your progress. However, I thought it would be comfort to you to know the worst which you will be presently aware of. I do not know how many 100 feet the precipice sounds, but you may form a judgment when you are at the bottom, for certainty is certainty. And hark ye, when come you to take a game at bowls? And this gossip is to serve instead of any friendly attempt to save the poor wight's neck. When I think of this, I could go mad, seize my hammer, and break and destroy all around me. But I will be calm, and if this Highland kite, who calls himself a falcon, should stoop at my turtle dove, he shall know whether a Burgess of Perth can draw a bow or not. It was now the Thursday before the fated Palm Sunday, and the champions on either side were expected to arrive the next day, that they might have the interval of Saturday to rest, refresh themselves, and prepare for the combat. 2 or 3 of each of the contending parties were detached to receive directions about the encampment of their little band, and such other instructions as might be necessary to the proper ordering of the field. Henry was not, therefore, surprised at seeing a tall and powerful Highlander peering anxiously about the wind in which he lived, in the manner in which the natives of a wild country examine the curiosities of one that is more civilized. The smith's heart rose against the man on account of his country, to which our Perth burgher bore a natural prejudice, and more especially as he observed the individual wear the plaid peculiar to the clan Quayle. The sprig of oak leaves, worked in silk, intimated also that the individual was one of those personal guards of young Eachin, upon whose exertions in the future battle so much reliance was placed by those of their clan. Having observed so much, Henry withdrew into his smithy, for the sight of a man raised his passion, and, knowing that the Highlander came plated to a solemn combat, and could not be the subject of any inferior quarrel, he was resolved at least to avoid friendly intercourse with him. In a few minutes, however, the door of the smithy flew open, and flattering in his tartans, which greatly magnified his actual size, the Gael entered with the haughty step of a man conscious of the personal dignity superior to anything which he is likely to meet with. He stood looking around him, and seemed to expect to be received with courtesy and regarded with wonder. But Henry had no sort of inclination to indulge his vanity and keep hammering away at a breastplate which was lying upon his anvil, as if he were not aware of his visitor's presence. "You are go chrome, the bandy-legged smith," said the Highlander. "Those that wish to be crook-backed call me so," answered Henry. "No offence meant," said the Highlander, "but her own self comes to buy an armour." "Her own self bear shanks may trot hence with her," answered Henry. "I have none to sell." "If it was not within 2 days of Palm Sunday, herself would make ye sing another song," retorted the Gael. "And being the day it is," said Henry, with the same contemptuous indifference, "I pray you to stand out of my light." "You are an uncivil person, but her own self is for 9 odd too, and she knows the smith is fiery when the iron is hot." "If her nainsell be hammer man herself, her nainsell may make her nain harness," replied Henry. "And so her nainsell would, I never fash you for the matter. But it is said, Gaucrum, that you sing and whistle tunes over the swords and harnesses that you work, that have power to make the blades cut steel links as they were paper, and the plate and mail turn back steel lances as they were bottle prints." "They tell your ignorance and nonsense that a Christian men refuse to believe," said Henry. "I whistle at my work whatever comes uppermost, like an honest craftsman, and commonly it is the Highlandmen's ochone for home and stairs. My hammer goes naturally to that tune." "Friend, it is but idle to spur a horse when its legs are ham-shackled," said the Highlander hotly. "Her own self cannot fight even now, and there is little gallantry in taunting her thus." "By nails and hammer, you are right there," said the smith, altering his tone. "But speak out at once, friend. What is it thou wouldst have me? I am in no humour for dallying." "A hauberk for her chief, Eachin Macklin," said the Highlander. "You are a hammer man, you say?" "Are you a judge of this?" said our smith, producing from a chest the mail shirt on which he had been lately employed. The Gael handled it with a degree of admiration which it had something of envy in it. He looked curiously at every part of its texture, and at length declared it was the very best piece of armour that he had ever seen. 100 cows and bullocks and a good drift of sheep would be cheap an offer, said the Highlandman by way of tentative. But her namesel would never bid thee less. Come by them how she can. It is a fair proffer, replied Henry, but gold nor gear will never buy that harness. I want to try my own sword on my own armour, and I will not give that mail coat to anyone but who will face me for the best of 3 blows and a thrust in a fair field, and it is your chiefs upon these terms. Hot prot, man, take a drink and go to bed, said the Highlander in a great scorn. Are ye mad? Think ye the captain of the clan Quayle will be brawling and battling with a bit Perth burgess body like you? Whilst, man, and hearken, her namesel would do ye more credit than ever belonged to your kin. She will fight you for the fair harness herself. She must first show that she is my match, said Henry with a grim smile. How? I one of each in Macklin's light touch and not your match. You may try me if you will. You say you are a Fernand Ord. Do you know how to cast a sledgehammer? Aye, truly. Ask the eagle if he can fly a faragon. But before you strive with me, you must first try a cast with one of my light touch. Here, Dunter, stand forth for the honour of Perth. And now, Highlandman, there stands a row of hammers. Choose which you will, and let us to the garden. The Highlander, whose name was Norman Nan Ord, or Norman of the Hammer, showed his title to the epithet by selecting the largest hammer of the set, at which Henry smiled. Dunter, the stout journeyman of the smith, made what was called a prodigious cast, but the Highlander, making a desperate effort, threw beyond it 2 or 3 feet, and looked with an air of triumph to Henry, who again smiled in reply. Will you mend that? said the Gael, offering our smith the hammer. Not with that child's toy, said Henry, which has scarce way to fly against the wind. Janikin, fetch me Samson, or one of you help the boy, for Samson is somewhat ponderous. The hammer now produced was half as heavy again as that which the Highlander had selected as one of unusual weight. Norman stood astonished, but he was still more so when Henry, taking his position, swung the ponderous implement far behind his right haunch joint, and dismissed it from his hand as if it had flown from a warlike engine. The air groaned and whistled as the mass flew through it. Down at length it came, and the iron head sunk a foot into the earth. A full yard beyond cast Norman. The Highlander, defeated and mortified, went to the spot where the weapon lay, lifted it, poised it in his hand with great wonder, and examined it closely, as if he expected to discover more in it than a common hammer. He at length returned it to the owner with a melancholy smile, shrugging his shoulders and shaking his head as the smith asked him whether he would not mend his cast. Norman has lost too much at the sport already, he replied. She has lost her own name of the hammerer, but does her own self, the Gow Chrome, work at the anvil with that horse's load of iron. You shall see, brother, said Henry, leading the way to the smithy. Dunter, he said, racks me that bar from the furnace." And uplifting Samson, as he called the monstrous hammer, he plied the metal with 100 strokes from right to left, now with the right hand, now with the left, now with both, with so much strength at once and dexterity, that he worked off a small but beautifully proportioned horseshoe in half the time that an ordinary smith would have taken for the same purpose, using a more manageable implement. "Oy," said the Highlander, "and what word for would you be fighting with our young chief, who is far above your standard, though you were the best smith ever wrought with wind and fire?" "Hark you," said Henry, "you seem a good fellow, and I'll tell you the truth. Your master has wronged me, and I give him this harness freely for the chance of fighting him myself." "Nay, if he hath wronged you, he must meet you," said the Life Guardsman. "To do a man wrong takes the eagle's feather out of a chief's bonnet, and we're in the first in the Highlands, and to be sure so is Eachin. He must fight the man he has wronged, or else a rose falls from his chaplet." "Will you move him to this," said Henry, "after the fight on Sunday?" "Oh, a 9-cell would do her best, if the hawks have not got a 9-cell's bones to pick, for you must know, brother, that Clan Chattan's claws pierce rather than deep." "The armour is your chief's on that condition," said Henry, "but I will disgrace him before king and court if he does not pay me the price." Delafield, I will bring him into the barrens myself," said Norman. "Assuredly." "You will do me a pleasure," replied Henry, "and that you may remember your promise, I bestow on you this dirk. Look, if you hold it truly, and can strike between the mail hood and the collar of your enemy, the surgeon will be needless." The Highlander was lavish in his expressions of gratitude, and took his leave. "I have given him the best mail harness I ever wrought," said the smith to himself, rather repenting his liberality, "for the poor chance that he will bring his chief into a fair field with me, and then let Catherine be his who can win her fairly. But much I dread the youth will have some evasion, unless he have such luck on Palm Sunday as may induce him to try another combat. That is some hope, however, for I have often, ere now, seen a raw young fellow shoot up after his first fight from a dwarf into a giant queller." Thus, with a little hope, but with the most determined resolution, Henry Smith awaited the time that should decide his fate. What made him augur the worst was the silence both of the glover and of his daughter. "They are ashamed," he said, "to confess the truth to me, and therefore they are silent." Upon the Friday at noon, the two bands of 30 men each, representing the contending clans, arrived at the several points where they were to halt for refreshments. The Clan Quhill was entertained hospitably at the rich Abbey of Scorn, while the Provost regaled their rivals at his castle of Kinfons, the utmost care being taken to treat both parties with the most punctilious attention, and to afford neither an opportunity of complaining of partiality. All points of etiquette were, in the meanwhile, discussed and settled by the Lord High Constable, Earl, and the young Earl of Crawford, the former acting on the part of the Clan Chattan, and the latter patronising the Clan Quhill. Messengers were passing continually from one earl to the other, and they held more than 6 meetings within 30 hours, before the ceremonial of the field could be exactly arranged. Meanwhile, in case of revival of ancient quarrel, many seeds of which existed betwixt the burghers and their mountain neighbours, a proclamation commanded the citizens not to approach within half a mile of the place where the Highlanders were quartered, while, on their part, the intended combatants were prohibited from approaching Perth without special license. Troops were stationed to enforce this order, who did their charge so scrupulously as to prevent Simon Glover, himself burgess and citizen of Perth, from approaching the town, because he owned having come thither at the same time with the champions of each and Macklin, and wore a plaid around him of their check or pattern. This interruption prevented Simon from seeking out Henry Wynd and possessing him with a true knowledge of all that had happened since their separation, which intercourse, had it taken place, must have materially altered the catastrophe of our narrative. On Saturday afternoon, another arrival took place, which interested the city almost as much as the preparations for the expected combat. This was the approach of the Earl of Douglas, who rode through the town with a troop of only 30 horse, but all of whom were knights and gentlemen of the first consequence. Men's eyes followed this dreadful peer as they pursue the flight of an eagle through the clouds, unable to ken the course of the bird of Jove, yet silent, attentive, and as earnest in observing him as if they could guess the object for which he sweeps through the firmament. He rode slowly through the city, and passed out at the northern gate. He next alighted at the Dominican convent, and desired to see the Duke of Albany. The Earl was introduced instantly, and received by the Duke with a manner which was meant to be graceful and conciliatory, but which could not conceal both art and inquietude. When the first greetings were over, the Earl said, with great gravity, "I bring you melancholy news. Your Grace's royal nephew, the Duke of Rothesay, is no more, and I hear faith hath perished by some foul practices." "Practices?" said the Duke in confusion. "What practices? Who dared practice on the heir of the Scottish throne?" "'Tis not for me to state how these doubts arise," said Douglas, "but men say the eagle was killed with an arrow fledged from her own wing, and the oak trunk rent by a wedge of the same wood." "Earl of Douglas," said the Duke of Albany, "I am no reader of riddles." "Nor am I propounder of them," said Douglas hotly. "Your Grace will find particulars in these papers worthy of perusal. I will go for half an hour to the cloister garden, and then rejoin you." "You go not to the King, my lord?" said Albany. "No," answered Douglas. "I trust your Grace will agree with me that we should conceal this great family misfortune from our sovereign till the business of tomorrow be decided." "I willingly agree," said Albany. "If the King heard of this loss, he could not witness the combat, and if he appear not in person, these men are likely to refuse to fight, and the whole work is cast loose. But I pray you sit down, my lord, while I read these melancholy papers respecting poor Rothesay." He passed the papers through his hands, turning over with a hasty glance, and dwelling on others as if their contents had been of the last importance. When he had spent nearly a quarter of an hour in this manner, he raised his eyes, and said very gravely, "My lord, in these most melancholy documents, it is yet a comfort to see nothing which can renew the diversions in the King's councils, which were settled by the last solemn agreement between your lordship and myself. My unhappy nephew was by that agreement to be set aside until time should send him a graver judgment. He is now removed by fate, and our purpose in that matter is anticipated and rendered unnecessary. If your Grace reply the Earl, sees nothing to disturb the good understanding which the tranquillity and safety of Scotland requires should exist between us. I am not so ill a friend of my country as to look closely for such." "I understand you, my Lord of Douglas," said Albany eagerly. "You hastily judge that I should be offended with your lordship for exercising your powers of lieutenancy, and punishing the detestable murderers within my territory of Falkland. Credit me, on the contrary, I am obliged to your lordship for taking out of my hands the punishment of these wretches, as it would have broken my heart even to have looked on them. The Scottish Parliament will inquire, doubtless, into this sacrilegious deed, and happy am I that the avenging sword has been in the hand of a man so important as your lordship. Our communication together, as your lordship must well recollect, were only concerning a proposed restraint of my unfortunate nephew, until the advance of a year or two had taught him discretion." "Such was certainly your Grace's purpose, as expressed to me," said the Earl. "I can safely avouch it." "Why, then, noble Earl, we cannot be censured because villains, for their own revengeful ends, appear to have engrafted a bloody termination on our honest purpose." "The Parliament will judge it after their wisdom," said Douglas. "For my part, my conscience acquits me." "And mine assolizes me," said the Duke with solemnity. "Now, my lord, touching the custody of the boy James, who succeeds to his father's claims of inheritance." "The King must decide it," said Douglas, impatient of the conference. "I will consent to his residence anywhere save at Stirling, Down, or Falkland." With that, he left the apartment abruptly. "He is gone," muttered the crafty Albany, "and he must be my ally, yet feels himself disposed to be my mortal foe. No matter, Rothsay sleeps with his fathers. James may follow in time, and then a crown is the recompense of my perplexities." End of chapter 33. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 39 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 34, Part 1. Thretty for thretty focht in Bereris, at Sanct Johnstown, on a day beside the Black Friars. Winton. Palm Sunday now dawned. At an earlier period of the Christian Church, the use of any of the days of Passion Week for the purpose of combat would have been accounted a profanity worthy of excommunication. The Church of Rome, to her infinite honour, had decided that during the holy season of Easter, when the redemption of man from his fallen state was accomplished, the sword of war should be sheathed, and angry monarchs should respect the season termed the truce of God. The ferocious violence of the latter wars betwixt Scotland and England had destroyed all observance of this decent and religious ordinance. Very often the most solemn occasions were chosen by one party for an attack, because they hoped to find the other engaged in religious duties and unprovided for defence. Thus the truce, once considered as proper to the season, had been discontinued, and it became not unusual even to select the sacred festivals of the Church for decision of the trial by combat, to which this intended contest bore a considerable resemblance. On the present occasion, however, the duties of the day were observed with the usual solemnity, and the combatants themselves took share in them. Bearing branches of yew in their hands, as the readiest substitute for palm boughs. They marched respectively to the Dominican and Carthusian convents to hear high mass, and, by a show at least of devotion, to prepare themselves for the bloody strife of the day. Great care had, of course, been taken that, during this march, they should not even come within the second of each other's bagpipes, for it was certain that, like game cocks exchanging mutual notes of defiance, they would have sought out and attacked each other before they arrived at the place of combat. The citizens of Perth crowded to see the unusual procession on the streets, and thronged the churches where the two clans attended their devotions, to witness their behaviour, and to form a judgment from their appearance which was most likely to obtain the advantage in their approaching conflict. Their demeanour in the church, although not habitual frequenters of places of devotion, was perfectly decorous, and, notwithstanding their wild and untamed dispositions, there were few of the mountaineers who seemed affected either with curiosity or wonder. They appeared to think it beneath their dignity of character to testify either curiosity or surprise at many things which were probably then presented to them for the first time. On the issue of the combat, few even of the most competent judges dared venture a prediction, although the great size of Torquil and his 8 stalwart sons induced some who professed themselves judges of the thews and sinews of men to incline to ascribe the advantage to the party of the clan Quhill. The opinion of the female sex was much decided by the handsome form, noble countenance, and gallant demeanour of Eachin Macklin. There were more than one who imagined they had recollection of his features, but his splendid military attire rendered the humble Glover's apprentice unrecognizable in the young Highland chief, saving by one person. That person, as may well be supposed, was the Smith of the Wind, who had been the foremost in the crowd that thronged to see the gallant champions of Clan Quhill. It was with mingled feelings of dislike, jealousy, and something approaching to admiration that he saw the Glover's apprentice stripped of his mean slough, and blazing forth as a chieftain, who, by his quick eye and gallant demeanour, the noble shape of his brow and throat, his splendid arms and well-proportioned limbs, seemed very worthy to hold the foremost rank among men selected to live or die for the honour of their race. The smith could hardly think that he looked upon the same passionate boy, whom he had brushed off as he might a wasp that stung him, and, in mere compassion, forbore to dispatch by treading on him. "He looks at gallantry with my noble hauberk," thus muttered Henry to himself, "the best I ever wrought. Yet, if he stood and I together where there was neither hand to help nor eye to see, by all that is blessed in this holy church, the good harness should return to its owner. All that I am worth would I give for 3 fair blows on his shoulders to undo my own best work, but such happiness will never be mine. If he escape from the conflict, it will be with so high a character for courage, that he may well disdain to put his fortune in its freshness to the risk of an encounter with a poor burgess like myself. He will fight by his champion, and turn me over to my fellow craftsman, the hammerer, where all I can rape will be the pleasure of knocking a Highland bullock on the head. If I could but see Simon Glover, I will to the other church in quest of him, since for sure he must have come down from the Highlands." The congregation was moving from the church of the Dominicans, when the smith formed this determination, which he endeavoured to carry into speedy execution, by thrusting through the crowd as hastily as the solemnity of the place and occasion would permit. In making his way through the press, he was at one instant carried so close to Eachin that their eyes encountered. The smith's hardy and embrowned countenance coloured up like the heated iron on which he wrought, and retained its dark red hue for several minutes. Eachin's features glowed with a brighter blush of indignation, and a glance of fiery hatred which shot from his eyes. But the sudden flush died away in ashy paleness, and his gaze instantly avoided the unfriendly but steady look with which it was encountered. Turquil, whose eye never quitted his foster son, saw his emotion, and looked anxiously around to discover the cause. But Henry was already at a distance, and hastening on his way to the Carthusian convent. Here also the religious service of the day was ended, and those who had so lately borne palms in honour of the great event, which brought peace on earth and goodwill to the children of men, were now streaming to the place of combat. Some prepared to take the lives of their fellow creatures or to lose their own. Others to view the deadly strife with the savage delight which the heathens took in the contests of their gladiators. The crowd was so great that any other person might well have despaired of making way through it. But the general deference entertained for Henry of the Wind, as the champion of Perth, and the universal sense of his ability to force a passage, induced all to unite in yielding room for him, so that he was presently quite close to the warriors of the clan Chatton. Their pipers marched at the head of their column. Next flowed the well-known banner, displaying a mountain cat rampant, with the appropriate caution, "Touch not the cat," but i.e. without the glove. The chief followed with his two-handed sword advanced, as if to protect the emblem of the tribe. He was a man of middle stature, more than 50 years old, but betraying neither in features nor form any decay of strength or symptoms of age. His dark red close-curled locks were checkered by a few grizzled hairs, but his step and gesture were as light in the dance, in the chase, or in the battle as if he had not passed his 30th year. His grey eye gleamed with a wild light expressive of valour and ferocity mingled, but wisdom and experience dwelt on the expression of his forehead, eyebrows, and lips. The chosen champions followed 2 by 2. There was a cast of anxiety on several of their faces, for they had that morning discovered the absence of one of their appointed number, and in a contest so desperate as was expected, the loss seemed a matter of importance to save to their high-mettled chief, McGile Chattanoock. "Say nothing to the Saxons of his absence," said the bold leader, when the diminution of his force was reported to him. "The false Lowland tongues might say that one of the clan Chatton was a coward, and perhaps that the rest favoured his escape, in order to have a pretence to avoid the battle. I am sure that Farquhar Day will be found in the ranks ere we are ready for battle, or if he should not, am not I man enough for 2 of the clan Quhill? Or would we not fight them 15 to 30 rather than lose the renown that this day will bring us?" The tribe received the brave speech of their leader with applause, yet there were anxious looks thrown out in hopes of espying the return of the deserter, and perhaps the chief himself was the only one of the determined band who was totally indifferent on the subject. They marched on through the streets without seeing anything of Farquhar Day, who, many a mile beyond the mountains, was busied in receiving such indemnification as successful love could bestow for the loss of honour. McGile Chattanoock marched on without seeming to observe the absence of the deserter, and entered upon the North Inch, a beautiful and level plain, closely adjacent to the city, and appropriated to the material exercises of the inhabitants. The plain is washed on one side by the deep and swelling Tay. There was erected within it a strong palisade, enclosing on 3 sides a space of 150 yards in length and 74 yards in width. The 4th side of the lists was considered as sufficiently fenced by the river. An amphitheatre for the accommodation of spectators surrounded the palisade, leaving a large space free to be occupied by armed men on foot and horseback, and for the more ordinary class of spectators. At the extremity of the list, which was nearest to the city, there was a range of elevated galleries for the king and his courtiers, so highly decorated with rustic treillage, intermingled with gilded ornaments, that the spot retains to this day the name of the Golden or Gilded Arbor. The mountain minstrelsy, which surrounded the appropriate pibrochs or battle tunes of the rival confederacies, was silent when they entered on the inch, for such was the order which had been given. Two stately but aged warriors, each bearing the banner of his tribe, advanced to the opposite extremities of the lists, and, pitching their standards into the earth, prepared to be spectators of a fight in which they were not to join. The pipers, who were also to be neutral in the strife, took their places by their respective branches. The multitude received both bands with the same general shout with which, on similar occasions, they welcome those from whose excursion they expect amusement, or what they term sport. The destined combatants returned no answer to this greeting, but each party advanced to the opposite extremities of the list, where were entrances by which they were to be admitted to the interior. A strong body of men at arms guarded either access, and the Earl Marshal at the one and the Lord High Constable at the other carefully examined each individual to see whether he had the appropriate arms, being steel cap, mail shirt, two-handed sword, and dagger. They also examined of the numbers of each party, and great was the alarm among the multitude when the Earl of Errol held up his hand and cried, "Ho! The combat cannot proceed, for the Clan Chattan lack one of their number." "What reck of that?" said the young Earl of Crawford. "They should have counted better ere they left home." The Earl Marshal, however, agreed with the constable that the fight could not proceed until the inequality should be removed, and a general apprehension was excited in the assembled multitude that, after all the preparation, there would be no battle. Of all present, there were only two perhaps who rejoiced at the prospect of the combat being adjourned, and these were the captain of the Clan Quhill and the tender-hearted King Robert. Meanwhile, the two chiefs, each attended by a special friend and adviser, met in the midst of the lists, having to assist them in determining what was to be done. The Earl Marshal, the Lord High Constable, the Earl of Crawford, and Sir Patrick Charitus. The chief of the Clan Chattan declared himself willing and desirous of fighting upon the spot, without regard to the disparity of numbers. "That," said Torquil of the Oak, "Clan Quhill will never consent to. You can never win honor from us with the sword, and you seek but a subterfuge that you may stay when you are defeated, as you know you will be. That it was for the want of the number of your band fully contented out. But I make a proposal, for Cord Day was the youngest of your band. Eachin Macklin is the youngest of ours. We will set him aside in place of the man who has fled from the combat." "A most unjust and unequal proposal," exclaimed Toskatchbeg the second, as he might be termed, of Macgyle Chattanock. "The life of the chief is to the clan the breadth of our nostrils, nor will we ever consent that our chief shall be exposed to dangers which the captain of Clan Quhill does not share." Torquil saw the deep anxiety that his plan was about to fail, when the objection was made to Hector's being withdrawn from the battle, and he was meditating how to support his proposal, when Eachin himself interfered. His timidity, it must be observed, was not that sort of rooted and selfish nature which induces those who are infected by it calmly to submit to dishonor rather than risk danger. On the contrary, he was mortally brave, though continuously timid, and the aim of avoiding the combat became at the moment more powerful than the fear of facing it. "I will not hear," he said, "of a scheme which will leave my sword sheathed during this day's glorious combat. If I am young in arms, there are enough of brave men around me whom I may imitate if I cannot equal." He spoke these words in a spirit which imposed on Twill, and perhaps on the young chief himself. "Now, God bless his noble heart," said the foster father to himself. "I was sure the foul spell would be broken through, and that the hardy spirit which besieged him would fly at the sound of the pipe and the first flutter of the bratach." "Hear me, Lord Marshal," said the constable. "The hour of combat may not be much longer postponed, for the day approaches to high noon. Let the chief of Clan Chattan take the half hour which remains to find, if he can, a substitute for this deserter. If he cannot, let them fight as they stand." "Content I am," said the Marshal, "though as none of his own clan are nearer than 50 miles, I see not how McGiles Kettenach is to find an auxiliary." "That is his business," said the High Constable, "but if he offers a high reward, there are enough of stout yeomen surrounding the lists who will be glad enough to stretch their limbs in such a game as is expected. I myself, did my quality and charge permit, would blithely take a turn of work amongst these wild fellows, and think it fame won." They communicated their decision to the Highlanders, and the chief of the Clan Chattan replied, "You have judged impartially, my lords, and I deem myself obliged to follow your direction. To make proclamation, heralds, that if any one will take his share with Clan Chattan of the honours and chances of this day, he shall have present payment of a gold crown and liberty to fight to the death in my ranks." "You are something chary of your treasure, chief," said the Earl Marshal. "A gold crown is poor payment for such a campaign as is before you." "If there be any man willing to fight for honour," replied McGiles Chattanach, "the price will be enough, and I want not the service of a fellow who draws his sword for gold alone." The heralds had made their progress, moving halfway round the lists, stopping from time to time to make proclamation as they had been directed, without the least apparent disposition on the part of anyone to accept of the proffered enlistment. Some sneered at the poverty of the Highlanders, who set so mean a price upon such a desperate service. Others affected resentment that they should esteem the blood of citizens so lightly. None showed the slightest intention to undertake the task proposed, until the sound of the proclamation reached Henry of the Wind, as he stood without the barrier, speaking from time to time with Bailie Craigdaly, or rather listening vaguely to what the magistrate was saying to him. "Ha! What proclaim they?" he cried out. "A liberal offer on the part of McGiles Chattanach," said the host of the Griffin, "who proposes a gold crown to any one who will turn wildcat for the day, and be killed a little in his service. That's all." "How!" exclaimed the smith eagerly, "do they make proclamation for a man to fight against the Clan Quhill?" "Ay, marry do they," said Griffin, "but I think they will find no such fools in Perth." He had hardly said the word when he beheld the smith clear the barriers at a single bound and alight in the lists, saying, "Here I am, Sir Harold Henry of the Wind, willing to battle on the part of the Clan Chattan." A cry of admiration ran through the multitude, while the grave burghers, not being able to conceive the slightest reason for Henry's behavior, concluded that his head must be absolutely turned with the love of fighting. The provost was especially shocked. "Thou art mad," he said. "Henry, thou hast neither two-handed sword nor shirt of mail." "Truly, no," said Henry, "for I parted with a mail shirt, which I had made for myself, to yonder gay chief of the clan Quahill, who will soon find on his shoulders with what sort of blows I clink my rivets. As for two-handed sword, why, this boy's hand will serve my turn till I can master a heavier one." "This must be true," said Errol. "Hark thee, armourer, by Saint Mary, thou shalt have my Milan hauberk and good Spanish sword." "I thank your noble earlship, Sir Gilbert Hay, but the yoke with which your brave ancestor turned the battle at Longcarty would serve my turn well enough. I am little used to sword or harness that I have not wrought myself, because I do not well know what blows the one will bear out without being cracked, or the other lay on without snapping." The cry had in the meanwhile run through the multitudes and passed into the town, that the dauntless smith was about to fight without armour, when, just as the fated hour was approaching, the shrill voice of a female was heard screaming for passage through the crowd. The multitude gave to her importunity, and she advanced, breathless with haste, under the burden of a mail hauberk and a large two-handed sword. The widow of Oliver Proudfoot was soon recognized, and the arms which she bore were those of the smith himself, which, occupied by her husband on the fatal evening when he was murdered, had been naturally conveyed to his house with the dead body, and were now, by the exertions of his grateful widow, brought to the lists at a moment when such proved weapons were of the last consequence to their owner. Henry joyfully received the well-known arms, and the widow, with trembling haste, assisted in putting them on, and then took leave of him, saying, "God, for the champion of the widow and orphan, and all luck to all who come before him." Confident at feeling himself his well-proved armour, Henry shook himself as if to settle the steel shirt around him, and unsheathing the two-handed sword made it flourish over his head, cutting the air through which it whistled in the form of the figure 8 with an ease and sleight of hand that proved how powerfully and skilfully he could wield the ponderous weapon. The champions were now ordered to march in their turns around the lists, crossing so as to avoid meeting each other, and making obeisance as they passed the golden arbor where the king was seated. While this course was performing, most of the spectators were again curiously comparing the stature, limbs, and sinews of the two parties, and endeavouring to form a conjecture as to the probable issue of the combat. The feud of 100 years, with all its acts of aggression and retaliation, was concentrated in the bosom of each combatant. Their countenances seemed fiercely writhen into the wildest expression of pride, hate, and a desperate purpose of fighting to the very last. The spectators murmured a joyful applause, in high-wrought expectation of the bloody game. Wagers were offered and accepted both on the general issue of the conflict and on the feats of particular champions. The clear, frank, and elated work of Henry Smith rendered him a general favourite among the spectators, and odds, to use the modern expression, were taken that he would kill 3 of his opponents before he himself fell. Scarcely was the smith equipped for the combat, when the commands of the chiefs ordered their champions into their places, and at the same moment Henry heard the voice of Simon Glover issuing from the crowd, who were now silent with expectation, and calling on him, Harry Smith, what madness hath possessed thee?" "Aye, he wishes to save his hopeful son-in-law, that is to be, from the smith's handling," was Henry's first thought. His second was to turn and speak with him, and his third, that he could on no pretext desert the band which he had joined, or even seem desirous to delay the fight, consistently with honour. He turns himself, therefore, to the business of the hour, Both parties were disposed by the respective chiefs in 3 lines, each containing 10 men. They were arranged with such intervals between each individual as offered him scope to wield his sword, the blade of which was 5 feet long, not including the handle. The second and third lines were to come up as reserves, in case the first experienced disaster. On the right of the array of Clan Quahill, the chief Eachin Macklin placed himself in the second line betwixt 2 of his foster brothers. 4 of them occupied the right of the first line, whilst the father and 2 others protected the rear of the beloved chieftain. Torquil, in particular, kept close behind for the purpose of conveying him. Thus Eachin stood in the centre of 9 of the strongest men of his band, having 4 especial defenders in front, 1 on each hand, and 3 in his rear. The line of the Clan Chattan was ranged in precisely the same order, only that the chief occupied the centre of the middle rank, instead of being on the extreme right. This induced Henry Smith, who saw in the opposing bands only one enemy, and that was the unhappy Eachin, to propose placing himself on the left of the front rank of the Clan Chattan. But the leader disapproved of this arrangement, and having reminded Henry that he owed him obedience, as having taken wages at his hand, he commanded him to occupy the space in the third line immediately behind himself, a post of honor, certainly, which Henry could not decline, though he accepted of it with reluctance. End of section 39. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 40 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 34, Part 2. When the clans were thus drawn up opposed to each other, they intimated their feudal animosity and their eagerness to engage by a wild scream, which, uttered by the Clan Quahill, was answered and echoed back by the Clan Chattan, the whole at the time shaking their swords and menacing each other, as if they meant to conquer the imagination of their opponents ere they mingled in the actual strife. At this trying moment, Torquil, who had never feared for himself, was agitated with alarm on the part of his dolt, yet consoled by observing that he kept a determined posture, and that the few words which he spoke to his clan were delivered boldly, and well calculated to animate them to combat, and expressing as resolution to partake their fate in death or victory. But there was no time for further observation. The trumpets of the king sounded a charge, the bagpipes blew up their screaming and maddening notes, and the combatants, starting forward in regular order, and increasing their pace till they came to a smart run, met together in the centre of the ground as a furious land torrent encounters an advancing tide. For an instant or two the front lines, hewing at each other with their long swords, seemed engaged in a succession of single combats, but the second and third ranks soon came up on either side, actuated alike by the eagerness of hatred and the thirst of honour, pressed through the intervals, and rendered the same tumultuous chaos, over which the huge swords rose and sunk, some still glittering, others streaming with blood, appearing from the wild rapidity with which they were swayed, rather to be put in motion by some complicated machinery than to be wielded by human hands. Some of the combatants, too much crowded together to use those long weapons, had already betaken themselves to their poniards, and endeavoured to get within the sword sweep of those opposed to them. In the meantime the blood flowed fast, and the groans of those who fell began to mingle with the cries of those who fought, for, according to the manner of the Highlanders at all times, they could barely be said to shout, but to yell. Those of the spectators whose eyes were best accustomed to such scenes of blood and confusion could nevertheless discover no advantage yet acquired by either party. The conflict swayed, indeed, at different intervals, forwards or backwards, but it was only in momentary superiority which the party who acquired it most instantly lost by a corresponding exertion on the other side. The wild notes of the pipers were still heard above the tumult, and stimulated to farther excursions the fury of the combatants. At once, however, and as if by mutual agreement, the instruments sounded a retreat. It was expressed in wailing notes, which seemed to imply a dirge for the fallen. The two parties disengaged themselves from each other to take breath for a few minutes. The eyes of the spectators greedily surveyed the shattered array of the combatants as they drew off from contest, but found it still impossible to decide which had sustained the greater loss. It seemed as if the clan Chatton had lost rather fewer men than their antagonists, but, in compensation, the bloody plaids and skirts of their party, for several on both sides had thrown their mantles away, showed more wounded men than the clan Quhill. About 20 of both sides lay on the field dead or dying, and arms and legs lopped off, heads left to the chin, slashes deep through the shoulder into the breast, showed at once the fury of the combat, the ghastly character of the weapons used, and the fatal strength of the arms which wielded them. The chief of the clan Chatton had behaved himself with the most determined courage, and was lately wounded. XXXII also had fought with spirit, surrounded by his bodyguard. His sword was bloody, his bearing bold and warlike, and he smiled when Ord to Quill, folding him in his arms, loaded him with praises and with blessings. The two chiefs, after allowing their followers to breathe for the space of about 10 minutes, again drew up in their file, diminished by nearly 1/3 of their original number. They now chose their ground nearer to the river than that on which they had formerly encountered, which was encumbered with the wounded and the slain. Some of the former were observed, from time to time, to raise themselves to gain a glimpse of the field, and sink back, most of them to die from the effusion of blood which poured from the terrific gashes inflicted by the claymore. Harry Smith was easily distinguished by his lowland habit, as well as his remaining on the spot where they had first encountered, where he stood leaning on a sword beside a corpse, whose bonneted head, carried to 10 yards distance from the body by the force of the blow which had swept it off, exhibited the oak leaf, the appropriate ornament of the bodyguard of Echen Macklin. Since he slew this man, Henry had not struck a blow, but had contented himself with warding off many that were dealt at himself, and some which were aimed at the chief. Miguel Chattanoock became alarmed, when, having given the signal that his men should again draw together, he observed that his powerful recruit remained at a distance from the ranks, and showed little disposition to join them. "What ails thee, man?" said the chief. "Can so strong a body have a mean and cowardly spirit? Come and make it into the combat." "You are as good as called me hireling but now," replied Henry. "I am such," pointing to the headless corpse. "I have done enough for my day's wage." "That serves me without counting his hours," replied the chief. "I reward him without reckoning wages." "Then," said the smith, "I fight as a volunteer, and in the post which best likes me." "All that is at your own discretion," replied McGiles Chattanoock, who saw the prudence of armouring an auxiliary of such promise. "It is enough," said Henry, and shouldering his heavy weapon, he joined the rest of the combatants with alacrity, and placed him opposite to the chief of the clan Quhill. It was then for the first time that Echen showed some uncertainty. He had long looked up to Henry as the best combatant which Perth and its neighbourhood could bring into the lists. His hatred to him as a rival was mingled with recollection of the ease which he had once, though unarmed, foiled his own sudden and desperate attack, and when he beheld him with his eyes fixed in his direction, the dripping sword in his hand, and obviously meditating an attack on him individually, his courage fell, and he gave symptoms of wavering, which did not escape his foster father. It was lucky for Eachin that Torquil was incapable, from the formation of his own temper, and that of those with whom he had lived, to conceive the idea of one of his own tribe, much less of his chief and foster son being deficient in animal courage. Could he have imagined this, his grief and rage might have driven him to the fierce extremity of taking Eachin's life, to save him from staining his honour. But his mind rejected the idea that his dolt was a personal coward, as something which was monstrous and unnatural. That he was under the influence of enchantment was a solution which superstition had suggested, and he now anxiously, but in a whisper, demanded of Hector, "Does the spell now darken thy spirit, Eachin?"
"Yes, wretch that I am," answered the unhappy youth, "and wonder stands the fell enchanter."
"What!" exclaimed Torquil,
"and you wear harness of his making, Norman, miserable boy, who brought you that accursed mail? If my error has flown astray, I can but shoot my life after it,"
answered Norman Nanord.
"Stand firm, you shall see me break the spell."
"Yes, stand firm," said Torquil. "He may be a fell enchanter, but my own ear has heard, and my own tongue has told, that Eachin shall leave the battle whole, free, and unwounded. Let us see the Saxon wizard who can gainsay that. He may be a strong man, but the fair forest of the oak shall fall, stock and bow, ere he lay a finger on my dolt. Ring around, my sons, bass air, son Eachin." The sons of Torquil shouted back the words which signify, "Death for Hector!" Encouraged by their devotion, Eachin renewed his spirit and called boldly to the minstrels of the clan, "Sid sauce," that is, "strike up." The wild pibroch again sounded the onset, but the two parties approached each other more slowly than at first, as men who knew and respected each other's valour. Henry Wind, in his impatience to begin the contest, advanced before the clan Chattan, and signed to Eachin to come. Norman, however, sprang forward to cover his foster brother, and there was a general, though momentary pause, as if both parties were willing to obtain an omen of the fate of the day from the event of this duel. The Highlander advanced, with his large sword uplifted, as an act to strike, but, just as he came within the sword's length, he dropped the long and cumbrous weapon, leapt lightly over the smith's sword as he fetched a cut at him, drew his dagger, and, being thus within Henry's guard, struck him with the weapon, his own gift, on the side of the throat, directing the blow downwards into the chest, and calling aloud at the same time, "You taught me the stab." But Henry Wind wore his own good hauberk, doubly defended with a lining of tempered steel. Had he been less surely armed, his combatants had been ended forever. Even as it was, he was slightly wounded.
"Fool,"
he replied, striking Norman a blow with the pommel of his long sword which made him stagger backwards.
"you were taught the thrust, but not the parry."
And fetching a blow at his antagonist, which cleft his skull through the steel cap, he strode over the lifeless body to engage the young chief, who now stood open before him. But the sonorous voice of Torquil thundered,
"Fair, ere son Eachin,"
another for Hector, and the two brethren, who flanked their chief on each side, thrust forward upon Henry, and, striking both at once, compelled him to keep the defensive.
"Forward, race of tiger cat," cried McGile Chattanoock. "Save the brave Saxon,
Let these kites fill your talons." Already much wounded, the chief dragged himself up to the smith's assistance, and cut down one of the laitoc by whom he was assailed. Henry's own good sword rid him of the other. "Resist ere son Echen." Again for Hector, shouted the faithful foster father. "Pass ere son Echen." "Death for Hector," answered two more of his devoted sons, and opposed themselves to the fury of the smith and those who had come to his aid, while Echen, moving towards the left wing of the battle, sought less formidable adversaries, and again, by some show of valor, revived the sinking hopes of his followers. The two children of the oak, who had covered this movement, shared the fate of their brethren, for the cry of the Clan Chattan chief had drawn to the part of the field some of his bravest warriors. The sons of Torquil did not fall unavenged, but left dreadful marks of their swords on the persons of the dead and living. But the necessity of keeping their utmost distinguished soldiers around the person of their chief told to disadvantage on the general event of the combat, and so few were now the number who remained fighting, that it was easy to see that the Clan Chattan had 15 of their number left, though most of them wounded, and that the Clan Quihil was about 10 remained, of whom there were 4 of the chief's bodyguard, including Torquil himself. They fought and struggled on, however, and as their strength decayed, their fury seemed to increase. Henry Wint, now wounded in many places, was still bent on breaking through, or exterminating the band of bold hearts who continued to fight around the object of his animosity. But still, the father's shout of "Another for Hector" was cheerfully answered by the fatal countersign, "Death for Hector," and though the Clan Quihil were now outnumbered, the combat seemed still dubious. It was bodily lassitude alone that again compelled them to another pause. The Clan Chattan were then observed to be 12 in number, but 2 or 3 were scarce able to stand without leaning on their swords. 5 were left to the Clan Quihil. Torquil and his youngest son were of the number, both slightly wounded. Echen alone had, from the vigilance used to intercept all blows levelled against his person, escaped without injury. The rage of both parties had sunk, through exhaustion, into sullen desperation. They walked staggering, as if in their sleep, through the carcasses of the slain, and gazed on them, as if again to animate their hatred towards their surviving enemies, by viewing their friends they had lost. The multitude soon after beheld the survivors of the desperate conflict drawing together to renew the exterminating feud on the banks of the river, as the spot least slippery with blood, and less encumbered by the bodies of the slain.
"For God's sake, for the sake of the mercy which we daily pray for,"
said the king-hearted old king to the Duke of Albany,
"let this be ended. Wherefore should these wretched rags and remnants of humanity be suffered to complete their butchery? Surely they will now be ruled and accept of peace on moderate terms." "Compose yourself, my liege," said his brother. "These men are the pest of the lowlands. Both chiefs are still living. If they go back unharmed, the whole day's work is cast away. Remember your promise to the council that you would not cry hold." "You compel me to a great crime, Albany, both as a king who should protect his subjects, and as a Christian man who respects the brother of his faith." "You judge wrong, my lord," said the Duke. "These are not loving subjects, but disobedient rebels, as my Lord of Craven can bear witness, and they are still less Christian men, for the prior of the Dominicans will vouch for me that they are more than half heathen." The king sighed deeply. "You must work your pleasure, and are too wise for me to contend with. But I can turn away and shut my eyes from the sights and sounds of the carnage which makes me sicken. But well I know that God will punish me even for witnessing this waste of human life." "Sound trumpets," said Albany. "Their wounds will stiffen if they dally longer." While this was passing, Torquil was embracing and encouraging his young chief. resist the witchcraft but a few minutes longer. Be of good cheer. You will come off without either scar or scratch, whim or wound. Be of good cheer." "How can I be of good cheer," said Eachin, "while my brave kinsmen have one by one died at my feet, died all for me, who could never deserve the least of their kindness?" "And for what were they born, save to die for their chief?" said Torquil composedly. "Why lament that the arrows returns not to the quiver, providing it hit the mark? Cheer up yet. Here are Tormot and I but little hurt, while the wild carts drag themselves through the plain as if they were half frothed by the terriers. Yet one brave stand, and the day shall be your own, though it may well be that you alone remain alive. Minstrels, sound the gathering." The pipers on both sides blew their charge, and the combatants again mingled in battle, not indeed with the same strength, but with unabated inveteracy. They were joined by those whose duty it was to have remained neuter, but who now found themselves unable to do so. The old champions who bore the standards had gradually advanced from the extremity of the lists, and now approached close to the immediate scene of action. When they beheld the carnage more nearly, they were mutually impelled by the desire to revenge their brethren, or not to survive them. They attacked each other furiously with the lances to which the standards were attached, closed after exchanging several deadly thrusts, then grappled in close strife, still holding their banners, until at length, in the eagerness of their conflict, they fell together into the Tay, and were found drowned after the combat, closely locked in each other's arms. The fear of the battle, the frenzy of rage and despair, infected the minstrels. The two pipers who during the conflict had done their utmost to keep up the spirits of their brethren now saw the dispute well nigh terminated for want of men to support it. They threw down their instruments, rushed desperately upon each other with their daggers, and each being more intent on dispatching his opponent than in defending himself. The piper of Clan Quhill was almost instantly slain, and he of Clan Chattan mortally wounded. The last, nevertheless, again grasped his instrument, and the pibroch of the clan yet poured its expiring notes over the Clan Chattan, while the dying minstrel had breath to inspire it. The instrument which he used, or at least that part of it called the chanter, is preserved in the family of a Highland chief to this day, and is much honoured under the name of the Federan Du, or Black Chanter. Meanwhile, in the final charge, young Tormot, devoted, like his brethren, by his father Torquil, to the protection of his chief, had been mortally wounded by the unsparing sword of the smith. The other two remaining of the Clan Chattan had also fallen, and Torquil, with his foster son and the wounded Tormot, forced to retreat, for 8 or 10 of the Clan Chattan made a stand on the bank of the river, while their enemies were making such excursions as their wounds would permit to come up with them. Torquil had just reached the spot where he had resolved to make the stand, when the young Tormot dropped and expired. His death drew from his father the first and only sigh which he had breathed throughout the eventful day. "My son Tormot," he said, "my youngest and dearest. But if I save Hector, I save all. Now, my darling dolt, I've done for thee all that man may, excepting the last. Let me undo the clasps of that ill-omented armour, and do thou put on that of Tormot. It is light, and will fit thee well. While you do so, I will rush on these crippled men, and make what play with them I can. I trust I shall have but little to do, for they are following each other like disabled steers. At last, darling of my soul, if I am unable to save thee, I can show thee how a man should die." While Torquil thus spoke, he unloosened the clasp of the young chief's hauberk, in the simple belief that he could thus break the meshes which fear and democracy had twined about his heart. My father, my more than parent, said the unhappy Eachin, stay with me. With you by my side, I feel I can fight to the last. It is impossible, said Torquil. I will stop them coming, while you put on the hauberk. God eternally bless thee, beloved of my soul. And then, brandishing his sword, Torquil of the Oak rushed forward with the same fatal war-cry which had so often sounded over that bloody field. Vas er son Eachin. The words rung 3 times in a voice of thunder, and each time that he cried his war-shout, he struck down one of the Clan Chattan, as he met them successfully strangling towards him. Brave battle, hawk, well flown, falcon, exclaimed the multitude as they witnessed excursions which seemed, even at this last hour, to threaten a change of the fortunes of the day. Suddenly these cries were hushed into silence, and succeeded by a clashing of swords so dreadful, as if the whole conflict had recommenced in the person of Henry Wind and Torquil of the Oak. They cut, foined, hewed, and thrust as if they had drawn their blades for the first time that day, and their inveteracy was mutual, for Torquil recognized the foul wizard who, as he supposed, had cast a spell over his child, but Henry saw before him the giant who, during the whole conflict, had interrupted for the purpose for which alone he had joined the combatants, that of engaging in single combat with Hector. They fought with an equality which perhaps would not have existed, had not Henry, more wounded than his antagonist, been somewhat deprived of his usual agility. Meanwhile, Eachin, finding himself alone, after a disorderly and vain attempt to put on his foster brother's harness, became animated by an emotion of shame and despair, and hurried forward to support his foster father in a terrible struggle, ere some other of the Clan Chattan should come up. When he was within 5 yards, and sternly determined to take his share in the death of fight, his foster father fell, cleft from the collarbone, well nigh to the heart, and murmuring with his last breath, Vas er son Eachin. The unfortunate youth saw the fall of his last friend, and at the same moment beheld the deadly enemy who had hunted him through the whole field, standing within sword's point of him, and brandishing the huge weapon which had hewed its way to his life through so many obstacles. Perhaps this was enough to bring his constitutional timidity to its highest point, or perhaps he recollected at the same moment that he was without defensive armor, and that a line of enemies, halting indeed and crippled, but eager for revenge of blood, were closely approaching. It is enough to say that his heart sickened, his eyes darkened, his ears tingled, his brain turned giddy, and other considerations were lost in the apprehension of instant death, and, drawing one ineffectual blow at the smith, he avoided that which was aimed at him in return by bounding backward, and, ere the former could recover his weapon, Eachin had plunged into the stream of the Tay. A roar of contumely pursued him as he swam across the river, although, perhaps, not a dozen of those who joined in would have behaved otherwise in the like circumstances. Henry looked after the fugitive in silence and surprise, but could not speculate on the consequences of his flight, on account of the faintness which seemed to overpower him as soon as the animation of the contest had subsided. He sat down on the grassy bank, and endeavoured to stanch such of his wounds as were pouring fastest. The victors had the general meed of gratulation. The Duke of Albany and others went down to survey the field, and Henry Wind was honoured with particular notice. "If thou wilt follow me, good fellow," said the Black Douglas, "I will change my leathern apron for a knight's girdle, and thy burgage tenant for £100 land to maintain thy rank withal." "I thank you humbly, my lord," said the smith dejectedly,
But I have shed blood enough already, and heaven has punished me by foiling the only purpose for which I entered the combat." "How, friend?" said Douglas. "Didst thou not fight for the clan Chattan, and have they not gained a glorious conquest?" "I fought for my own hand," meaning I did such a thing for my own pleasure, not for your profit, said the smith indifferently, and the expression is still proverbial in Scotland. The good King Robert now came up on an ambling palfrey, having entered the barriers for the purpose of causing the wounded to be looked after. "My Lord of Douglas," he said, "you vex the poor man with temporal matters, when it seems he may have short temper to consider those that are spiritual. He has no friends here who will bear him where his bodily wounds and the health of his soul may be both cared for." "He hath as many friends as there are good men in Perth," said Sir Patrick Charitus, "and I esteem myself one of the closest." "A churl will savour of churl's kind," said the haughty Douglas, turning his horse aside. The proffer of knighthood from the sword of Douglas had recalled him from death's door, and there had been a drop of gentle blood in his body. Disregarding the taunt of the mighty Earl, the Knight of Kinfons dismounted to take Henry in his arms, as he now sunk back from very faintness. But he was prevented by Simon Glover, who, with other burgesses of consideration, had now entered the barrass. "Henry, my beloved son Henry," said the old man, "what tempted you to this fatal array? Dying, speechless?" "No, not speechless," said Henry. "Catherine—" He could utter no more. "Catherine is well, I trust, and shall be thine. That is, if she be safe, thou wouldst say, old man," said the Douglas, who, though something affronted at Henry's rejection of his offer, was too magnanimous not to interest himself in what was passing. "She is safe, if Douglas's banner can protect her safe, and shall be rich. Douglas can give wealth to those who value it more than honor. For her safety, my lord, let the heartfelt thanks and blessings of a father go to the noble Douglas. For wealth we are rich enough. Gold cannot restore my beloved son." "A marvel," said the Earl. "A churl refuses nobility. A citizen despises gold." "Upon your lordship's favour," said Sir Patrick, "I, who am knight and noble, take license to say that such a brave man as Henry Wynd may reject honourable titles, such an honest man as this reverend citizen may dispense with gold." "You do well, Sir Patrick, to speak for your town, and I take no offence," said the Douglas. "I force my bounty on no one. But," he added in a whisper to Albany, "your grace must withdraw the king from his bloody sight, for he must know that tonight which will ring over broad Scotland when tomorrow dawns. This feud is ended. Yet even I grieve that so many brave Scotchmen lie here slain, whose brands might have decided a pitched field in their country's cause." With dignity King Robert was withdrawn from the field, the tears running down his aged cheeks and white beard, as he conjured all around him, nobles and priests, that care should be taken for the bodies and souls of a few wounded survivors, and honourable burial rendered to the slain. The priests who were present answered zealously for both services, and redeemed their pledge faithfully and piously. Thus ended the celebrated conflict of the North Inch of Perth. Of 64 brave men, the minstrels and standard-bearers included, who strode manfully to the fatal field, 7 alone survived, who were conveyed from thence in litters, in a case little different from the dead and dying around them, and mingled with them in the sad procession which conveyed them from the scene of their strife. Each alone had left it void of wounds and void of honour. It remains but to say that not a man of the clan Quahill survived the bloody combat except the fugitive chief, and the consequence of the defeat was the dissolution of their confederacy. The clans of which it consisted are now only matter of conjecture to the antiquary, for after this eventful contest they never assembled under the same banner. The clan Chattan, on the other hand, continued to increase and flourish, and the best families of the northern Highlands boast their descent from the race of the Cat a Mountain. End of section 40. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 41 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 35. While the king rode back slowly to the convent which he then occupied, Albany, with a discomposed aspect of faltering voice, asked the Earl of Douglas, "Will not your lordship, who saw this most melancholy scene of Falkland, communicate the tidings to my unhappy brother?" "Not for broad Scotland," said the Douglas. "I would sooner bear my breast within flight shot as a butt to 100 Tyndale bowmen. No, by Saint Bride of Douglas, I could but say I saw the ill-fated youth dead. How he came by his death, your grace can perhaps better explain. Were it not for the rebellion of March and the English war, I would speak it my own mind of it." So saying, and making his obeisance to the king, the Earl rode off to his own lodgings, leaving Albany to tell his tale as he best could. "The rebellion and the English war," said the Duke to himself. "Ay, and thine own interest, haughty Earl, which, imperious as thou art, thou darest not separate mine. Well, since the task falls on me, I must and will discharge it." He followed the king into his apartment. The king looked at him with surprise after he had assumed his usual seat. "The countenance is ghastly, Robin," said the king. "I would thou wouldst think more deeply when blood is to be spilled, since its consequences affect thee so powerfully. And yet, Robin, I love thee better than thy kind nature will sometimes show itself, even through thy reflecting policy." "I would to heaven, my royal brother," said Albany, with a voice half choked, "that the bloody field we have seen were the worst we had to see or hear of this day. I should waste little sorrow on the wild kern, who lie piled on it like carrion. But—" he paused. "How?" exclaimed the king in terror. "What new evil? Rothsay it must be—" "It is Rothsay. Speak out. What new folly has been done? What fresh mischange?" "My lord, my liege, folly and mischange are now ended with my hapless nephew." "He is dead! He is dead!" screamed the agonized parent. "Albany, as thy brother, I conjure thee, by no, I am thy brother no longer. As thy king, dark and subtle man, I charge thee to tell the worst." Albany faltered out. "The details are but imperfectly known to me, but the certainty is that my unhappy nephew was found dead in his apartment last night from sudden illness, as I have heard. Oh, Rothsay! Oh, my beloved David! Would to God I had died for thee, my son, my son!" So spoke, in the emphatic words of Scripture, the helpless and bereft father, tearing his grey beard and hoary hair, while Albany, speechless and conscience-struck, did not venture to interrupt the tempest of his grief. But the agony of the king's sorrow almost instantly changed to fury, a mood so contrary to the gentleman and timidity of his nature, that the remorse of Albany was drowned in his fear. "And this is the end," said the king, "of thy moral saws and religious maxims. But the besotted father who gave the son into thy hands, who gave the innocent lamb to the butcher, is a king, and thou shalt know it to thy cost. Shall the murderer stand in presence of his brother, stained with the blood of that brother's son? No. What ho, without thee, MacLouis, Brandon's treachery, murder, take arms if you love the Stuart. MacLouis, with several of the guards, rushed into the apartment. Murder and treason! Exclaimed the miserable king. Brandon's, your noble prince. Here his grief and agitation interrupted for a moment the fatal information it was his object to convey. At length he resumed his broken speech. An axe and a block instantly into the courtyard. Arrest! The word choked his utterance. Arrest whom, my noble liege? Said MacLouis, who, observing the king influenced by a tide of passion so different from the gentleness of his ordinary demeanour, almost conjectured that his brain had been disturbed by the unusual horrors of the combat he had witnessed. Whom shall I arrest, my liege? He replied. Here is none but your grace's royal brother of Albany. Most true, said the king, his brief fit of vindictive passion soon dying away. Most true. None but Albany. None but my parents' child. None but my brother. O God, enable me to quell the sinful passion which glows in this bosom. Sancta Maria, ora pro nobis. MacLouis cast a look of wonder towards the Duke of Albany, who endeavoured to hide his confusion under an affection of deep sympathy, and muttered to the officer, The great misfortune has been too much for his understanding. What misfortune, please your grace? Replied MacLouis. I have heard of none. How? Not heard of the death of my nephew Rothsay? The Duke of Rothsay dead? My lord of Albany? Exclaimed the faithful Brandane with the utmost horror and astonishment. When? How? And where? 2 days since. The manner as yet unknown. At Falkland. MacLouis gazed at the Duke for an instant, then, with a kindling eye and determined look, said to the king, who seemed deeply engaged in his mental devotion, My liege, a minute or two since you left a word. One word, unspoken. Let it pass your lips, and your pleasure is law to your Brandonades. I was praying against temptation, MacLouis, said the heart-broken king, and you bring it to me. Would you arm a madman with a drawn weapon? But, oh, Albany, my friend, my brother, my bosom counsellor, how camest thou by the heart to do this? Albany, seeing that the king's mood was softening, replied with more firmness than before. My castle has no barrier against the power of death. I have not deserved the foul suspicions which your majesty's words imply. I pardon them from the distraction of a bereaved father. But I am willing to swear by cross and altar, by my share in salvation, by the souls of our royal parents. Be silent, Robert, said the king. Add not perjury to murder. And was this all done to gain a step nearer to the crown and sceptre? Take them to thee at once, man, and mayst thou feel, as I have done, that they are both of red-hot iron. Oh, Rothsay, Rothsay, thou hast at least escaped being a king. My liege, said MacLouis, let me remind you that the crown and sceptre of Scotland are, when your majesty ceases to bear them, the right of Prince James, who succeeds to his brother's rights. True, MacLouis, said the king eagerly, and will succeed, poor child, to his brother's perils. Thanks, MacLouis, thanks. You have reminded me that I have still work upon earth. Get thy Brandanes under arms with what speed thou canst. Let no man go up with us whose truth is not known to thee, none in especial who has trafficked with the Duke of Albany, that man, I mean, who calls himself my brother, and order my litter to be instantly prepared. We will to Dunbarton, MacLouis, or to boot. Precipices and tides, and my Brandon's heart shall defend the child till we can put oceans betwixt him and his cruel uncle's ambition. Farewell, Robert of Albany, farewell for ever, thou hard-hearted, bloody man. Enjoy such of share of power as the Douglas may permit thee, but seek not to see my face again, or less to approach my remaining child, for that hour hast thou dust. My guards shall have orders to stab thee down with their partisans. MacLouis, let it be so directed. The Duke of Albany left the presence without attempting further justification or reply. What followed is matter of history. In the ensuing Parliament, the Duke of Albany prevailed on that body to declare him innocent of the death of Rothsay, while, at the same time, he showed his own sense of guilt by taking out a remission or pardon for the offence. The unhappy and aged monarch secluded himself in the castle of Rothsay, in Bute, to mourn over the son he had lost, and watch the feverish anxiety over the life of him who remained. As the best step for the youthful James's security, he sent him to France to receive his education at the court of the reigning sovereign. But the vessel in which the Prince of Scotland sailed was taken by an English cruiser, and although there was a truce for the moment betwixt the kingdoms, Henry IV ungenerously detained him a prisoner. This last blow completely broke the heart of the unhappy King Robert III. Vengeance followed, though with a slow pace, the treachery and cruelty of his brother. Robert of Albany's own grey hairs went, indeed, in peace to the grave, and he transferred the regency which he had so foully acquired to his son Murdoch. But 19 years after the death of the old King James I returned to Scotland, and Duke Murdoch of Albany, with his sons, was brought to the scaffold in expiation of his father's guilt and his own. End of chapter 35. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 42 of the Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. Chapter 36. The honest heart that's free frae intend fraud or guile, however fortune kick the ba, has some cause to smile. Burns. We now return to the Fair Maid of Perth, who had been sent from the horrible scene at Falkland by order of the Douglas, to be placed under the protection of his daughter, the now widowed Duchess of Rothsay. That lady's temporary residence was a religious house called Campsie, the ruins of which still occupy a striking situation on the Tay. It arose on the summit of a precipitous rock, which descends on the Princely River, there rendered peculiarly remarkable by the cataract called Campsie Lynn, where its waters rush tumultuously over a range of basaltic rock, which intercepts the current like a dike erected by human hands. Delighted with a sight so romantic, the monks of the Abbey of Cupar reared a structure there, dedicated to an obscure saint named Saint Hunand, and hither they were wont themselves to retire for pleasure or devotion. It had readily opened its gates to admit the noble lady who was its present inmate, as the country was under the influence of the powerful Lord Drummond, the ally of the Douglas. There the Earl's letters were presented to the Duchess by the leader of the escort which conducted Catherine and the Glee maiden to Campsie. Whatever reason she might have to complain of Rothsay, his horrible and unexpected, and greatly shocked the noble lady, and she spent the greater part of the night in indulging her grief and in devotional exercises. On the next morning, which was that of the memorable Palm Sunday, she ordered Catherine Glover and the minstrel into her presence. The spirits of both the young women had been much sunk and shaken by the dreadful scenes in which they had so lately been engaged, and the outward appearance of the Duchess' maturity was, like that of her father, more calculated to inspire awe than confidence. She spoke with kindness, however, though apparently in deep affliction, and learned from them all which they had to tell concerning the fate of her erring and inconsiderable husband. She appeared grateful for the efforts which Catherine and the Glee Maiden had made, at their own extreme peril, to save Rothsay from his horrible fate. She invited them to join her devotions, and at the hour of dinner gave them her hand to kiss, and dismissed them to their own refection, assuring both, and Catherine in particular, of her efficient protection, which should include, she said, her father's, and to be a wall around them both, so long as she herself lived. They retired from the presence of the widowed princess, and partook of a repast with her duennas and ladies, all of whom, amid their profound sorrow, showed a character of stateliness which chilled the light heart of the Frenchwoman, and imposed restraint even on the more serious character of Catherine Glover. The friends, for so we may now term them, were fain, therefore, to escape from the society of these persons, all of them born gentlewomen, who thought themselves but ill assorted with a burgher's daughter and a strolling Glee Maiden, and saw them with pleasure go out to walk in the neighbourhood of the convent. A little garden, with its bushes and fruit trees, advanced on one side of the convent, so as to skirt the precipice, from which it was only separated by a parapet built on the ledge of the rock, so now that the eye might easily measure in depth of the crag, and gaze on the conflicting waters which foamed, struggled, and chafed over the reef below. The Fair Maiden of Perth and her companion walked slowly on a path that ran within this parapet, looked at the romantic prospect, and judged what it must be when the advancing summer would clothe the grove and leaves. They observed for some time a deep silence. At length the gay and bold spirit of the Glee Maiden rose above the circumstances in which she had been and was now placed. Do the horrors of Falkland, fair May, still weigh down your spirits? Strive to forget them as I do. We cannot thread life's paths lightly, if we shake not from our mantles the raindrops as they fall. These horrors are not to be forgotten, answered Catherine, yet my mind is at present anxious respecting my father's safety. But I cannot but think how many brave men may be at this instant leaving the world, even within 6 miles of us, or little farther. You mean combat between 60 champions, of which the Douglas's equerry told us yesterday? It were a sight for a minstrel to witness. But out upon these womanish eyes of mine, they could never see swords cross each other without being dazzled. But see, look yonder, May Catherine, look yonder. That flying messenger certainly brings news of the battle. Methinks I would show him who runs so wildly, said Catherine. But if it be he I think of, some wild thoughts are urging his speed. As she spoke, the runner directed his course to the garden. Louisa's little dog ran to meet him, barking furiously, but came back to cower, creep, and growl behind its mistress, for even dumb animals can distinguish when men are driven on by the furious energy of irresistible passion, and dread to cross or encounter them in their career. The fugitive rushed into the garden at the same reckless pace. His head was bare, his hair dishevelled, his rich acton and all his other vestments looked as if they had been lately drenched in water. His leathern buskins were cut and torn, and his feet marked with sod and blood. His countenance was wild, haggard, and lately excited, or as the Scottish phrase expresses it, much raised. "Conquer," said Catherine, as she advanced, apparently without seeing what was before him, as hares are said to do when severely pressed by the greyhounds. But he stopped short when he heard his own name. "Conquer," said Catherine, "or rather Etienne Macklin. What means all this? Have the clan Quahill sustained a defeat?"
"I have borne such names as this maiden gives me," said the fugitive, after a moment's recollection. "Yes, I was called Canacha when I was happy, and Etienne when I was powerful. But no, I have no name, and there is no such clan as thou speakest of, and thou art a foolish maid to speak of that which is not to one who has no existence."
"Alas, unfortunate—"
"And why unfortunate, I pray you?" exclaimed the youth. "If I am coward and villain, have not villainy and cowardice command over the elements? Have I not braved the water without its choking me, and trod the firm earth without its opening to devour me? And shall a mortal oppose my purpose?"
"He raves, alas," said Catherine. "Haste to call some help. He will not harm me, but I feel he would do evil to himself. See how he stares down on the roaring waterfall." The Glee woman hastened to do as she was ordered, and Connacher's half-frenzied spirit seemed relieved by her absence.
"Catherine," he said, "now she is gone, I will say I know thee. I know thy love of peace and hatred of war. But hearken, I have, rather than strike a blow at my enemy, given up all that a man calls dearest. I have lost honor, fame, and friends, and such friends."
He placed his hands before his face.
"Oh, the love surpassed the love of woman! Why should I hide my tears? All know my shame. All should know my sorrow. Yes, all might see, but who would pity it? Catherine, as I ran like a madman down the strath, man and woman called shame on me. The beggar to whom I flung an alms, that I might purchase one blessing, threw it back in disgust, with a curse upon the coward. Each bell that tolled rung out, shame on the ruined caitiff. The brute beasts in the lowing and bleating, the wild winds in the rustling and howling, the hoarse waters in the dash and roar cried, out upon the dastard. The faithful 9 are still pursuing me. They cry with feeble voice, strike but one blow in our revenge. We all died for you."
While the unhappy youth thus raved, a rustling was heard in the bushes.
"There is but one way,"
he exclaimed, springing upon the parapet, but with a terrified glance towards the thicket, through which 1 or 2 attendants were stealing, with the purpose of surprising him. But the instant he saw a human form emerge from the cover of the bushes, he waved his hands wildly over his head, and shrieking out, "Bas Etienne," plunged down the precipice into the raging cataract beneath. It is needless to say, they aught save Thistledown must have been dashed to pieces in such a fall, but the river was swelled, and the remains of the unhappy youth were never seen. A varying tradition has assigned more than one supplement to the history. It is said by one account that the young captain of Clan Quahill swam safe to shore, far below the Lins of Campsie, and that, wandering disconsolately in the deserts of Rannoch, he met with Father Clement, who had taken up his abode in the wilderness as a hermit, on the principle of the old culdies. He converted, it is said, the heartbroken and penitent Connacher, who lived with him in his cell, sharing his devotion and privations, till death removed them in succession. Another wilder legend supposes that he was snatched from death by the Daon Shai, or fairy folk, and that he continues to wander through wood and wild, armed like an ancient Highlander, but carrying his sword in his left hand. The phantom appears always in deep grief. Sometimes he seems about to attack the traveller, but, when resisted with courage, always flies. These legends are founded on two peculiar points in his story: his evincing timidity and his committing suicide, both of them circumstances almost unexampled in the history of a mountain chief. When Simon Glover, having seen his friend Henry Duty taken care of in his house of Curfew Street, arrived that evening at the place of Campsie, he found his daughter extremely ill of a fever, in consequence of the scenes to which she had lately been a witness, and particularly the catastrophe of her late playmate. The affection of the Glee maiden rendered her so attentive and careful a nurse, that the Glovers said it should not be his fault if he ever touched lute again, save for her own amusement. It was some time ere Simon ventured to tell his daughter of Henry's late exploits, and his severe wounds, and he took care to make the most of the encouraging circumstance, that her faithful lover had refused both honour and wealth rather than become a professed soldier and follow the Douglas. Catherine sighed deeply and shook her head at the history of Bloody Palm Sunday on the North Inch, but apparently she had reflected that men rarely advance in civilization or refinement beyond the ideas of their own age, and that a headlong and exuberant courage, like that of Henry Smith, was, in the iron days in which they lived, preferable to her deficiency which had led to Connacher's catastrophe. If she had any doubts on the subject, they were removed, in due time, by Henry's protestations, so soon as restored health enabled him to plead his own cause. I should blush to say, Catherine, that I am even sick of the thoughts of doing battle. Yonder last field showed carnage enough to glut a tiger. I am therefore resolved to hang up my broadsword, never to be drawn more unless against the enemies of Scotland. And should Scotland call for it, said Catherine, I will buckle it round you. And, Catherine, said the joyful Glover, we will pay largely for soul masses for those who have fallen by Henry's sword, and that will not only cure spiritual flaws, but make us friends with the church again. For that purpose, father, said Catherine, the hoards of the wretched Duinning may be applied. He bequeathed them to me, but I think you would not mix his base blood money with your honest gains. I would bring the plague into my house as soon, said the resolute Glover. The treasures of the wicked apothecary were distributed accordingly among the 4 monasteries, nor was there ever after a breath of suspicion concerning the orthodoxy of old Simon or his daughter. Henry and Catherine were married within 4 months after the battle of the North Inch, and never did the corporations of the Glovers and Hammermen trip their sword dance so featly as at the wedding of the boldest burgess and brightest maiden in Perth. 10 months after, a gallant infant filled the will-spread cradle, and was rocked by Louis to the tune of Bold and True and Bonnet Blue. The names of the boy's sponsors are recorded as Anne-He and Mitchy Lord, Archibald Earl of Douglas, and Honourable and Good Knight Sir Patrick Charitus of Kinfauns, and Anne Gracious Princess Marjorie Doware of his Serene Highness David Quihil Duke of Rothsay. Under such patronage a family rises fast, and several of the most respected houses in Scotland, but especially in Perthshire, and many individuals, distinguished both in arts and arms, record with pride their descent from the Gow Crom and the Fair Maid of Perth. End of chapter 36. End of The Fair Maid of Perth, or St. Valentine's Day, by Sir Walter Scott. This reading by Elijah Fisher.